it is I, Elle-C, and welcome to the stream. And today we have a special guest, or Warchief reviews or Dragon Spooker. I don't know which one he prefers. So, yeah.
Warchief reviews. Hello, my greenskins.
Hello. There is no one in chat right now, and that's okay.
Yep. Yeah,
So
I'm just checking to see.
Let me see if I can, copy and paste this URL into the Discord. Maybe get a few more people in here. A few more.
Oh, you want me to? Yeah, I could, sure.
Oh,
We'll
here we go.
I can send out a life.
Okay. So, anyways, since you are our special guest for today, would you like? I mean, everyone knows you, but would you like to introduce yourself? Say a little bit something about what you do,
Hello.
your channel, etc.
I'm a Warchief reviews. I mainly do old retro stuff, and every once in a while I do some new stuff. Like most recent thing I did was the Garfield cartoon, the Halloween special.
Okay, so you do both shows as well as video games.
I don't do video games right now because I don't have a proper capture card for that.
Ah, okay.
If I had a proper capture card, I'd consider it. Most of it, I do basically generic old movies and stuff. Like, I'm thinking of doing the Police Academy movie right now, or maybe even, I got some ideas. It's just a matter of how I feel that day.
Oh, so, you don't like doing, like, emulation, for example, and just, recording that?
Yeah, I would like to do that. I just don't have the proper capture card. Like, I could technically do it through my tablet, but I don't think, I don't want to do that. Yeah, I don't have a PC I have a lot of potato. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The PC I have now is pretty garbage.
Alright.
Done by design because I don't like spending money on this stuff.
Okay. That makes sense. I'm sure any potato can run up to SNES though.
Not if you're trying to do a live capture card. It gets yeah, I find live capture cards are labor intensive a little bit.
Why not just do screen capture?
That wasn't working too well either because I was getting an unactuable like imagery. It wasn't doing the best.
Interesting.
But that's not saying this stuff isn't cool. Like, I wouldn't mind doing it. It's just that's a future thing maybe. I like doing retro movies instead. I find that more fun.
Oh, okay.
Like, yeah. It's like Sylvester Stallone movie. Like, for example, I'm going to be doing Lock Up coming up very shortly.
All right. Wow.
And then Nighthawk, which I don't know if you've ever heard of that. There's a Sylvester Stallone movie where he plays a helicopter pilot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's like that stuff like that. I'm into that crazy, like, over the top, like, stuff that most people haven't seen or haven't heard of.
So, it's the 1981 movie?
I believe so. I believe that Hawk is, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, here it is. Yep, it's Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, Lock Up's the other one I'm doing. And I think I haven't done Over the Top yet, which is something that's been on my list for a long time.
I saw that as a kid. I did not understand anything except it was arm wrestling.
That's basically what it was, and it was actually quite good. Oh, you're still not popping up. There we go. Now you're popped up. Yeah, no, it's one of my more fun movies to watch. You see, I find a lot of people, like, I hear this a lot. The reason I started doing this is because nothing's good on. I don't like anything. Oh, this is all crap. And I'm like, well, there's all this cool stuff right here, and here. And it's like, hey, nothing's good on. It's like, well, I just found you a bunch of good stuff. Like, join me. Watch the old stuff. You'll have fun. So, that's been my eternal quest now, is to bring back the awesome of these old content, the old shows and movies.
Ah, well, anyways, so the reason you wanted to, talk today was about, Final Fantasy VI. Seems something I
Yep.
said, triggered you.
Yep.
Yesterday.
Definitely triggered me 100%. Okay, yeah, what
Go
you
on.
had said was, yeah, what drives me nuts about Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy VII, I think, is way too much over the top. A lot of people seem to have this attitude that it's this, like, it's this greatest Final Fantasy ever. There's never been a Final Fantasy better than that. I'm like, no, it's good for what, but it's not great. It's not this over the top
Hey, Neo
awesomeness that I
Phantom.
keep hearing people talk about.
I don't know. Because, from my
Eh,
experience, at least, among the retro heads, it's Final Fantasy VI that seems overrated nowadays. Because,
mhm.
you can't actually find any video criticizing Final Fantasy VI, while there are tons of videos that, criticize FF7. Was it really that good? Is it overrated? Etc.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Seven. I think Seven is become over. But well, I hear this. I hear a lot of people say not say that though. Like in a lot of my own experience, it's only been recently people have been bringing up the Beast, and
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, well, no, this has always been. I've been saying this for years. Why aren't other people talking about the fact that Final Fantasy VII is very overrated compared to what I'm not saying it's the worst Final Fantasy. I still think that's probably, if you want to talk about the worst Final Fantasy, that's probably, my opinion, that'd be Final Fantasy 2 because it's an it's too unbalanced.
That's the one with the job system.
2 is the most broken if you think about it because you can break that game real fast,
That's the one with the job system.
and it's the same. Yeah, no, the job system that 2 doesn't have the job system. 2 was the progressive level system
Oh, okay.
where you had to fight longer, like you had longer grind period if you've ever seen it. Hello,
Hey, little Kurumi.
Kimi,
And Neo
good
Phantom.
gamer,
Welcome.
and Neo Phantom. Yeah, it's see 2. If you play 2, here's how it works: you can sit in combat and punch somebody over and over and over again and cast Cure Light. Cura, cure, 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 and just keep doing that. And as long as the enemy isn't able to do lots of damage, or say you turn the enemy into a frog, you can break that game to the point that it's just, nothing can stop you, nothing can slow you down, and you're right old god right away. It breaks the game real quick.
Nice. I
That
like
is probably the most broken of the Final Fantasies.
Hello, Great White North. Welcome.
And Final Fantasy VII is not broken like that. You can at least play Final Fantasy VII. My big problem with Final 7 has been the fact that I keep hearing this over and over and over again. Oh, it was it was this innovative game. It really wasn't. What was innovative was the graphics. And this is why I've said time and time again, and I know I get a lot of slack for this, Final Fantasy VII is when Final Fantasy died, in my opinion.
Except, it is the game that actually
And that's
made...
controversial.
I mean, it's contradictory because, it is the game that made, jrpgs mainstream.
Yeah, well, that's not good.
But, objectively, the Final Fantasy franchise became more alive. It just went in a direction you didn't like, I suppose.
Yeah, I could say that. That would be a way to look at it. But in my opinion, it's what made it's what murdered the franchise in my mind, because we had one of the best games of all times was in my opinion, Final Fantasy VI is bar none one of the best games of all time. for RPGs?
I played it on ZSNES, and then the anthology version on PS1.
Yeah.
So having no
Yeah.
nostalgia for it, I didn't think it was all that special. At
Hey,
least
and
that's my
that's
opinion. Cause
yeah, and
like for example, there are several scenes, and I talked about this with someone before, prior to this conversation. There are several pivotal scenes in Final Fantasy VI, which people talk about all the time. And when I got to those scenes, I was like, that's it? Is that supposed to be, I don't know, is that supposed to move me? Or something? Is that supposed to make me feel something? Because that's how I view JRPGs. I view them as, as personal experiences. That, like, I'm there to experience the ambience of the game. Not even really the story. Like, feel what the characters are feeling at that moment. And I believe Final Fantasy VII, it being also my first JRPG, which I played through till the end, beats out 6 in that department. Because
well, here's the question.
Better graphics, music, and stuff
Okay,
like
riddle
that.
me this though. Riddle me this.
Uh-huh.
Is that nostalgia baiting, or is that an actual like? Are you looking at it from that perspective of being pure nostalgia, or are you looking at it from the perspective of, oh, okay, no, this is how I came across it? Because that's what I find a lot of Seven fans are. It is a nostalgia bait, and that's fine. That's okay to have that nostalgia.
Yeah, it is.
But like I say, Final Fantasy VI is objectively one of the best JRPGs that ever came out, because all the stuff that it trailed by. If it wasn't that, I'd be like, okay, there'd be a different beast. But
Well,
this is how I look at it from that perspective. Like, to me, it's not my favorite. It's not my favorite JRPG on the Super Nintendos. Mine are the big four for the Super Nintendo, and the Super Nintendo's JRPGs are as follows: Breath of Fire 1, Breath of Fire 2, obviously Final Fantasy VI, and then Chronos Trigger. Not saying there aren't other amazing JRPGs on that system, Earthbound being one of them. I still think those are the great thing.
Yeah, I am.
And that's the problem. Yeah, like someone's saying here. 6 had the best story. 7 had the best. What was that? Yeah, had the best story because of Aerith's death and Sephiroth. See, I don't like Sephiroth as a villain. This is where I hate Sephiroth. So I think Sephiroth is a lame villain. You know what I see when I see Sephiroth? Now, I know I'm an old man, so maybe this is why I see it this way.
Uh-huh.
But I kind of see, when I see Sephiroth, I hear this in my head. Crawl in my skin. That Limp Bizkit.
Yeah, so
or not Limp
you think
Bizkit,
of it as emo.
Yeah, Linkin Park. I hear Linkin Park every time I see that guy. And it's nothing against it. It's just, to me, that's what I see when I see that character. He's...
Huh? So he's dark, brooding, and emo.
Yeah, he's so emo that he's annoying. I like Kefka because he's so deliciously evil. And you can actually say deliciously evil. He's this over-the-top, balls-to-the-wall, crazy son of a bitch. And he's so much of a crazy, and he knows it too. Like, one of my favorite moments is when he's capturing the espers, he stops for a couple seconds and goes, this magic is warm in my hands. And I'm like, that's freaking dark. I mean, you've destroyed the life of a creature and you've turned it into a pure asset that you're going to use. It's like and he kind of grins about it and chuckles and ha 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 ha. And he, that's great.
Okay.
So is Persona 5 overrated?
I don't know. Never played it.
my honest opinion. But we'll stay on the 6. If Elle wants to talk about Persona 5, that could be an
I
interesting
have no idea.
conversation
I've
after.
never played it.
Oh, you've never played it yet? Oh, okay.
I don't think I will play it. I don't even like the
What?
Persona franchise.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. No, that
Anyways,
makes total sense. I feel the same way with not Final Fantasy, modern day
Trails?
what's the name of it? No, what's the name of that JRPG?
Trails?
No, I actually like Tales. I just haven't played a Tales lately because I haven't seen them. They're too. It's literally been lately. Whenever I try to get a Tales game, I'll look for a Tales game and go, "Oh, there's a Tales game. I want that game. Oh, it's already gone.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Let's try the user market. It's $300.
Anyways, let's...
Okay, I guess I'm not getting a Tales game."
Okay. So let's go back to FF6 for a bit. Personally, when I experienced it for the first time. So, we got to that part where Kefka poisoned some river. And I was like, that is the most bare-bones storytelling I've ever seen. Poisons river,
Really?
laps. Yeah, poisons river, laps. Suddenly, what's that guy? Cyan. Family dies.
Cyan, yeah.
Yeah, family dies.
Yeah.
Sad. You're supposed to feel something from that? What?
Well, okay,
he's not even fleshed out.
It's not that. You're fighting to stop him from doing that, and you run around trying to stop him, and he still gets away.
Yeah.
So you're supposed to feel the
something from that.
and yeah. See, here's the thing where I kind of agree with you there, and the reason I agree, and again, both games aren't perfect. One of my favorite moments is like a great example is the beginning of Final Fantasy VII. We're gonna trade trade a couple blows here.
Okay.
That beginning part where you have to get by without getting attacked by the dragon, and you get by that thing that blows everybody away.
Which part of that
and then you
is that?
That's right at the beginning. It's one of the most beginning stages. It's not the most like it's one of the ones I remember. It's one of the ones I remember the most.
Flashback with Sephiroth. Oh no, the
you're
Midgar
chasing...
Zolom after Midgar.
Yeah. No, yeah. You just finished that big moment because that's the big demo shot of the game. That's actually okay from a history standpoint. Because I got to ask you a question because I know you're way younger than me. Did you play Final Fantasy? Were you there for the launch? Were you there for the big hit back in the day?
Okay, I was there for all of these video games, but I had no access to them. So
okay.
I was like, I don't care about the hype. I don't even have access to them.
Okay. You didn't put
all
the effort in.
I could do was read magazines.
Okay,
or,
yeah, you weren't there for that.
Passing in shopping malls. I'm like,
yeah,
nice.
Okay.
But I don't have that system, so yeah.
Okay, I understand then. Okay, so to kind of explain it, when this game came out, when 7 came out, it was one of the largest demo shots. For those who don't like this is I'm going deep here, guys. So I apologize if you guys feel a little up to this,
right.
but back then, there was this massive demo. And the demo, this big demo was kicking off, and Final Fantasy VII's demo was one of the most played demo back in the day because you had your first big E3, which at the time E3 was just a boys' club. And I don't mean as a boys' club as in, only guys showed up. It was a boys' club as in only, distributors. It was very, like, you'd see 1 or 2 kids show up to this, but you'd never actually see a real, to goodness, people actually putting the effort in like they should for these type of things. So when 7 was the first time we really got to see this games come out. And it blew people away because this was the first time. It's very similar to the original Mario 64. That blew people away.
Yeah, because it's 3D.
Just absolutely hit it off the park. And that's what this kind of did. It
Okay.
was exciting, and that demo became the biggest, most sought. Actually, I think that demo's worth money, if I remember correctly. It's one of the few demos with Final Fantasy VII. That's one of the demos people want.
I'm sure Karumi
And when
knows.
you, yeah, if you travel, if like after that scene, you travel, and then you like one of the most silliest moments is like, okay, you're chasing after Sephiroth. Okay, great. I'm running after Sephiroth, and this dragon keeps blowing my ass back. All right, great. And then it's like one dragon with this giant spike spear. I'm like, okay, if this guy's that powerful that he can kill a dragon that clearly is a problem to everybody.
Yeah?
Hi, Sir Jacob. Kill like this nukes. This kill this dragon. Everyone's afraid of these dragons. These dragons are super powerful, and you have to automatically run away. I think they can still knock you back.
They can
And
they can take out
that
one of
became
your
a
party
problem.
members. When low
Yeah.
on HP, they'll just kick one of your party members away.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. This is supposed to be this super ubermensch powerful thing. If this guy's this powerful, why doesn't he just win? It's like he does it, and then he like leads you by the frickin' nose the entire time. And that got annoying to me as a person, because to me I was like, well, I'm bored. I kind of felt like, okay, here's this thing supposed to prove how powerful he is. And I kept thinking to myself, well, if he's this powerful, why didn't he do what he needed to do back there? Why is he leading you by the nose? And that the whole leading you by the nose the entire time never made sense to me in the game.
Okay.
It's like it doesn't work for me for that villain. And he's too emo for me. Like, he's emo kid.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, very Dio Brando. But at least Dio Brando has a point, Sir Jacob. Dio Brando has a point. This guy doesn't have a point. I can't stand him in a lot of ways. Like that villain drives me nuts. And there's I can't remember what the dungeon is, but it's this really annoying dungeon in Final Fantasy VII that made me fall asleep.
Why is that?
So that's my problem with it. I can understand for you, LLL, it was your first RPG, right?
Yes.
Are you there, L? Did we lose you?
Yes. Nope. I don't think
Did I
you can
lose
hear
people?
me. Hello. We can hear you just
okay,
fine.
there you go. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the thing. So, no, I was asking you, El, what's your thoughts on that? Like that was your Final Fantasy VII was your first JRPG.
Well,
Do you feel that sways your opinion of it
no, it doesn't.
compared to the others?
No, it doesn't. Because at that point in the game, we don't even know what Sephiroth's motivations are. By the time
You don't know what's...
Yeah, you don't know what Sephiroth's motivations are. When you get to the Midgar Zolom area, you just know he killed President Shinra. So now Cloud is coming after him. And even though it is demonstrated in the game that he is that powerful, we know later on that Cloud, without being an actual soldier, actually managed to defeat his human version.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think Sephiroth has I think Sephiroth actually has some reason to not attempt to fight Cloud and Party directly, because why risk losing? Because he already has prior experience of having lost before to a very human Cloud, who is not even as powerful as Zack. So yeah.
See, to me, I don't know. Like, to me, that doesn't make sense. Like, to me, it's villain baiting. That's what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Kefka really doesn't villain bait. Kefka is basically deliciously evil.
Okay, so if you put
Even when he
okay, so
Go
if
ahead.
you put it that way, it kind of looks like a Kafka. At least as far as seeing things on paper go, it looks like a Kafka is better written as a villain. My problem with that is he's actually never fleshed out as a villain. There's no characterization for him. He just goes,
No, he
does
does
evil
if he's
thing,
played the
you
game all the way
does
through.
evil thing
Uh,
react. Does evil thing. Party reacts.
No. He actually incorporates the desire of absolute destruction. He
And he
wants
does that.
to
And how
not.
does he do this? He does this in like a one piece of dialogue, which fans actually have to interpret for the rest of the community. Cause that's my problem with Final Fantasy VI in general. Like fans do all of the legwork for the devs because as far as fleshing things
Okay.
out go, it's like one piece of dialogue, and then we done.
Okay. Sephiroth does exactly the same thing.
Nah, it's more
Like,
realistic.
I'm sorry. No,
It's more
he's
realistic
not.
the way. No, I mean it's more
Okay,
realistic the
come
way
on.
conversations happen there.
High copium there for Sephiroth on that one. And Kafka, he comes out and says stuff. You have to go to your way a little bit. I do agree with you. But he does make a point the reasons he's the way he is. He's not just complete
No, I'm not saying he doesn't make
complete
sense.
idiot.
I'm not saying he doesn't make
No,
sense
he
as
does.
a villain. I'm not saying that he doesn't make sense as a villain. I'm saying that everything in general, not just Kafka, everything about Final Fantasy VI in general feels abbreviated. Especially the dialogue. Like there are games with like a similar level of tech, like Suikoden, for example.
Mm-hmm.
There are games like that with like some similar levels of tech, but of course it's a PS1 game. But you know, it's a pretty primitive PS1 game. But the fleshing out and characterization of the characters in general and the plot, how it unfolds, is not just like we present one line of dialogue. That's it. You interpret the rest. It's like, okay, Kefka said this. Okay,
No.
now he's a manipulative villain. Yay. Kefka did this.
He's always...
Now he's Kefka said this, Kefka did this, said one piece of dialogue, did one thing, like, even the way, okay, here's the thing, even the way he poisons that river, he just pours poison into it. How am I supposed to even be immersed in that? That's just ridiculous. To me.
Okay, wait, whoa. Okay. So first of all, here's my biggest problem with what you just said.
Yeah?
Final Fantasy VII's a PS1 game as well.
Yep.
So, one, we are challenging a game that 7 is a far superior
No, I'm not saying it's
like system-wide.
Yeah, it is.
It's a far superior system, yes, compared to Final Fantasy VI, correct?
Yeah, of course.
So now, have you played all the other Final Fantasies? Are you
Nope.
like studied in the Final Fantasy lore book?
I've only played the things I want to play.
Okay. No. Like that's the thing. I've played them all because I love to play them. They're like my favorites, except for Final Fantasy 2, 3 are the ones I don't like.
All right.
One is nostalgia bait, and I don't deny one is nostalgia bait, guys. I understand. I don't deny that that's part of my nostalgia bait. And I like the Game Boy versions over the Game Boy Advance versions over any other version because they fixed a lot of bugs. They did a couple stuff. Okay. Final Fantasy IV was a heavy story-driven version
I like
of
it
Final
better than
Fantasy.
6.
You like it better than 6?
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. But that heavy story narrative drove people nuts. They didn't like it.
I see.
Which is
That
weird.
reflects
Which
on
is
their
kind
taste,
of
I
weird. Yeah. Which is weird back then. They didn't like. It was kind of on that boat. Final Fantasy here's the thing: Final Fantasy, they were stepping up with Final Fantasy V with that job system.
Yeah. It also had a
Then
lighter
we
story
move
than 6.
into 6. Now 6 is a step up story-wise. It's a step up. Narrative and
I
dialogue.
also like
It's a
5
step
better
up.
than 6, actually.
What?
Yeah, I like 5 better than 6.
I find it too grindy, and the job system's a little
I don't mind the
annoying.
grind. I like grinding.
I don't mind it to a point, but that system can get a little annoying, and it literally forces you have to have everyone play a monk to, like, because I just played it recently, just to try to test out different builds. I was doing a build test for that one, and I found myself constantly, the grind was so annoying at one point, because it's like I got to the last bit of the game and I realized, because I had never had everyone play monks, I had 2 characters that were so under hit pointed, they got annihilated. It was just like every second, dead. It's like, damn it, I'm done. Like it just finally just set me off, because to me, like, I could play an entire game of white mages in Final Fantasy 1 if I want. I can't do that in Final Fantasy 5. You're forced to play these high-level characters and build up and play and level them up in these classes, or it doesn't work.
Yeah, it kind
and
of
I don't
forces
like
you to
that.
use the higher classes. I thought that's natural.
Even the higher classes,
that's natural progression.
like, I didn't like that natural progression, because I wanted to create character. The game I was trying to create was Ultimate Mage, which was a blue summoner, black. Or blue black summoner, and like I was trying to do just basic mage archetypes. I was trying to do like a little bit of A, B, C. I was kind of building this like fun little like this kind of thing. Then I started realizing, wow, my guys are under level. Like, they really, like, 960 hit points, and I'm level like 32. Like, I should be like 1,000 by this point. And I really felt like that wasn't. And see, that was my thing with that one. But anyway, we're getting off topic. Final Fantasy VI, I would say, has a superior story to 7 in every way, because 7 is basically copying 6's story.
Yeah, I can see that.
And then leaving a bunch out.
I can see that. But I don't think it's superior at all, because of the way it's told. Execution is important.
And I think the execution is superior in a lot of ways. I think
they
did a better job.
I really don't think so, because I can't get immersed in that. Because, for example, here's another one, which fans of Final Fantasy VI just love to talk about. General Leo's death. How am I supposed to care for that guy? I don't even know him. He's introduced.
No, I agree. I totally agree. I'm not saying Final Fantasy VI isn't bad. I still think the best RPG out of the Square Enix archive in that generation is Chrono's Trigger. By a long mile.
I do prefer
I think Final.
I do prefer to 6 Chrono Trigger.
You prefer 6 over Chrono Trigger?
I prefer Chrono Trigger to Final Fantasy VI.
Oh, I could prefer Chrono's Trigger to Final Fantasy 6, 7, 8, and 9. I actually would say Final. I would. I would. I think the storyline is amazing. Great. It was one of the most perfectly executed games out there. But
I think it still loses out
what
to
I say,
PS1
the reason I say,
games.
yes, of that generation, I could say Arc Talico had a good story to a point, but it is basically a dating sim.
That's PS2.
Yeah, I would say but there are some other good ones on there, like Dragon's Quest. I think it was 8 or 7 was kind of fun. It was 7. That was the one. Yeah, 7 was the one that. Yeah.
I didn't like that.
8 was it was okay. The
storyline.
It really does. Oh God, I'm not going to deny. I got bored, and one of my fun moments was just going Super Saiyan to go Super Saiyan.
Yeah, it just takes
So
forever.
yeah, see, to me, here's the thing about Final Fantasy VII.
Uh,
I think six, and this is the way I've always felt about seven,
yeah,
and everything for seven. By the way, this
okay.
is everything as a whole. This might be blasphemous. I think six is a video game all the way through. I think seven is a tech demo.
It kinda is. And I like it that way.
That's fine. You have every right to like it your way. I have every way to like it my way. But that drove me nuts when you're like, "Well, six is crap." I'm like, "No, six isn't crap. I think six is an actual game."
No, I
Like
just
so
think
that's why.
I just think it's overrated, especially among the retro community. They always default.
I
It's some kind of taboo to like FF7. Cause you gotta like the
no, it's
holy
become
FF6
and
and the holy Chrono
I,
Trigger.
I hate. I do agree with you. I do agree with you. That is the market has shifted because it wasn't like that before. I 77777. Like to me, when I see that, I think about that as a whole. I'm like, it's changed now because of YouTube.
Yes, influencers.
YouTube,
Correct.
yeah, YouTube has actually changed the generation,
It's because of the
and
influencers.
it's. I think no, you can say that, and that is true. That is 100% true. I don't know if anybody disagrees with me on that one in the chat, but I never saw that back in the day. Like, and to
I
me,
saw it like 12
it's
years ago on Game Packs.
mhm.
Because I hung out at Game Packs, so I've always seen it like that. Because, even on Game Packs, you say you like FF7. Ooh, get out of here, kid! Final Fantasy 6 is superior. Proceeds to write essay. Me, okay. Okay, have fun. Okay, thanks, bye. Hey, Logan, welcome.
Okay, so seven, like, because the next game that came out, if you really think about it,
Eight.
look at the milestone of eight after seven.
Graphically, it's
That
superior.
one, what?
Graphically, it's superior.
Graphically, it's a superior, but it's a crap game.
I still liked it though
What?
when it came out. I liked
It's
all
good.
of the Final Fantasies.
No, the gameplay. Yeah, the gameplay. Well, no, I do have my games I don't like, and they're games that I don't deny. If I like it, I play it. It ends up on either my computer or in my archive, one of the two. If it's a massive, to me, I feel like this sucks in a lot of ways because I feel like we had a. I'm not saying it's a crap game. I'm saying
No, we
that
never said
Final
that.
Fantasy VIII has crap gameplay.
Yeah.
The system's broken as all holy hell.
Yes, it is. I
Like-
love to break it.
Oh, it is. It is one of those broken games.
But most people make this mistake of leveling up to level 99 early, and then they get destroyed by a T-Rex. Back attack.
Yeah, I know.
Tailpipe's dead.
It's broken. Another game that, like, the PlayStation. It seems like Final Fantasy and the PlayStation games were either, like, in a lot of ways they didn't play like they had
Yes.
these weird scaling issues.
Yes,
It wasn't until
I
Final
agree.
Fantasy IX.
I actually agree
It
with you
wasn't
there.
until. Yeah. It wasn't until Final Fantasy IX that they actually had a balanced system.
Yep.
And I would say for the PlayStation console, if you're gonna pick up a Final Fantasy game, 9 is the way to go for PlayStation.
As far as gameplay
PlayStation
goes,
1.
yes, I agree.
Yeah. Another one, if you want to play a decent game from Square Enix,
You know how
there's a
to
couple
play-
real good ones.
You know how to play the card game in Final Fantasy IX. I have no
Yeah.
flippin' clue.
I kind of do and kind of don't. I actually don't remember because I haven't played it in a while.
8 was very easy. They even made like a Windows app back then, fan made. I think Square Enix eventually made their own version. Triple Triad.
I ran out of room, so on my computer because I have a lot of stuff on here. Give me a sec here. Unfortunately, that's one of the games I don't have on my PlayStation library. My PlayStation library is as follows right now. I don't know what that is. I got a couple games I got that were that someone fan translated. Dino Crisis 3, Hard Age. I love the Deception series, so I have Deception. The Kemco Deception and Deception 2. Parasite Eve 2. Silent Hill, because I can't find a working copy of Parasite Eve 1.
That reminds me, I never finished part 2. I got lost somewhere.
You got lost. Part two's fun. It's a little problematic in some ways.
Got lost somewhere inside of this facility. I'm like, meh. Forget it.
It is one of those games. Chronos Trigger, the Crystal Chronicles Chronos Trigger.
Yeah, shower scene though.
Yeah. Final Fantasy VI, Ogre Battle Tactics, which technically I have it on the Super Nintendo. I actually own that on the Super Nintendo. Castlevania Classic, Echo Knights. Is this Tenchu? Yeah, Tenchu 2, Tenchu 1.
Oh yes, Tenchu. I love that.
You like 2? Yeah, I like 2 as well. Battle Tanks because it's fun. Dragon Seed because it's fun. Mr. Digger because it's fun, just for what the hell. And like Game of Life, Risk, Monopoly, stuff to play with other people. And it's Civilization 2 took an entire memory stick, and Diablo takes an entire memory stick. I used to have a bunch of fighting games on here, but no one plays right now.
Yeah.
It's for other stuff because I've got what I do most of the time is I clean the library. So because I have a compilation disc for Final Fantasy on my for my Switch, I got some of my games from my Switch. I converted them over.
Oh.
So I got 9 on my Switch. I got Chrono Cross on my Switch. I got I remove them from one device and put them into another.
Basically, you put custom firmware on your Switch.
What?
Did you put a custom firmware on your Switch?
No, I don't mind buying these games again.
Oh, okay.
Just wait for. Yeah, I just wait for them to go on sale.
I was thinking of buying.
That's my rule.
Of buying part 4 actually on Steam, like the 3D version. That's the one I like.
Yeah.
The DS version, but apparently it's just a port of the Android game. I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not cool. Like, for example, there's the part 4, part 2. Are you talking about Final Fantasy part 4, part 2?
Nope, the first one. Like,
okay.
the 3D remake.
Yeah, and it's basically a rehash. That's why I picked up the Game Boy Advance version for me. Final Fantasy 4 Part 2 is on my PSP collection. And that's where I have Trails of the Sky. That's where I have a couple interesting ones here. Echo Knights.
I got more to that.
Wild Arms XF. I have Fate Extra, stuff like that.
Also, Wild Arms Crossfire, I got more to that, because it's an SRPG. I'm like, nah.
Yeah. I know you're not a big fan of the strategy RPGs, and that's something that I.
Yeah, because, near the end of the PS1's lifespan, I was very desperate to, play another JRPG. Like, same experience as these other console JRPGs that I've been playing. Like, Wild Arms, Final Fantasies, Star Ocean, Tales. And then,
that's...
as I was hunting for those, we got stuff like a Tactics Ogre, Hoshigami, Sayuki, Journey West, Karsha, The World of Fate. I'm like, no, not another one of these. Although there is one I enjoyed from Squaresoft, Front Mission 3. That was tons of fun.
One second. LPD. To your answer, yes.
Yep. There's one on PC,
As
phone, and everywhere else in between. It was originally on the Nintendo DS.
No, Elle was asking me if these are discs or on emulation, and my answer is going to be yes. Technically, Canada, it doesn't matter if you have emulation; they don't go after you for that. But
Yes.
because it's not illegal to emulate games, it's illegal to emulate new games technically, but it's not illegal to emulate games in Canada. And it all depends if a company can technically come after you if you have certain things. Like, this is why they can do cease and desist orders, they can do all this extra fun jazz to a person if they choose to do that. Not everybody does that, but you got to watch out for some companies because they can get a little fun with their thing.
Okay.
In Canada, technically, the way Canada law works is I can make backups of anything I own. The problem is how did I get those backups?
I see.
Because, yeah, it's problematic. I hate this shit as a whole. You don't know how much I hate the fact that the laws are all over the place like this. It shouldn't be that way for digital entertainment. And it throws the whole archiving consoles. Like that's the game plan with most things. You want to archive this stuff. And it shouldn't be this hard to archive everything, personally. And we're getting to that point now where I'm like, okay, guys, can you stop? Can you stop forcing
Can you
this?
just buy one of
Like,
those?
how many?
Can you just buy one of those Super Console X consoles?
Yeah. Well, you got to be careful because you never know if some people get really angry about, oh, you have this, you have that. It's like, well, I can have whatever the hell I want. No, some people really get upset with you when you have a different. You have that console, you have this console. It's like, well, that shouldn't be a problem. Leave me alone. Let me enjoy my games. Screw off.
Yeah. Those the more expensive Super Console X consoles, they'll basically emulate everything, and all the ROMs are in there from the start.
Well, how do you feel about the fact that Nintendo sued somebody for their Switch collection? Actually, that's something I was going to ask you about
Oh, you
a
mean
little
Yuzu?
earlier before we get.
No?
Yeah, they sued. Yeah, they sued them for
Yeah, I
making
know
the
about
emulation
that.
for this.
And then a few hours later, there was a new project called Suyu.
Yeah. Is it funny that they
Oh, they
just
basically
can't
won
win?
that.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of funny that they basically just, well, okay, fine, bye,
But I read the specifics of that. It seems the Yuzu guys were pirating games in their private servers. So that's why Nintendo had some kind of legal leg to stand on for that lawsuit.
Yes, they did.
Because if they didn't, I don't think the lawsuit would have been successful.
And it is, like I said, like, look at what happened with Emulation Nation or Emulation Paradise. These sites are pretty much.
Was my show. I just got tired of it.
Oh, sorry, Emu Paradise. I apologize.
Yeah. I mean, those things go down all the time. Like back in the early 2000s, there was Edge emulation, stuff like that. I'd be downloading, like freeroms.com. I'd be downloading, and then this happened while I was downloading this 3,000 megabyte game on dial-up. Suddenly, the site went down forever. It was freeroms.com.
Oh, Cool ROMs got annihilated with viruses. That was the site to be. I remember back in the day, I was so excited for Cool ROMs because it was like, okay, that's all you need is Cool ROMs, and it's like,
hey, Shirley on. What up?
Say goodbye to Cool ROMs. And it's sad. It's become. See, I hate that personally. I'm free. I believe in free the beast. As long as it's over 10 years old. I have a 10-year rule. If you're not making money off the game, why is it gone? Like, for example, if Capcom decided to re-release the Breath of Fire franchise, all the Breath of Fire games are back. I would buy those in a heartbeat. I throw just here's your money. Because Breath of Fire is an amazing franchise, and it's actually an underrated franchise that they just don't want to bring back to the world.
Hey, honey, welcome.
And I hate that type of stuff. Like, I hate the fact that we lose so much because some company basically goes, nope, you can't have it. Go fuck yourself.
Hey.
Like, well, no, I'm gonna go find it online.
Hey. By the way,
oh, you're doing something illegal. It's not illegal.
By the way, back to FF6. So, would you like to hear my personal thoughts on it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I think it's a very bare bones JRPG. See, when I played it, there were other games like on Super Famicom, SNES, which I found a lot more fun. And those would be, of course, Star Ocean and Tales of Fantasia. And I know they use superior tech, and they came out very, very late in the system's lifespan. But I was like, meh, I don't care. I enjoy these games more.
Okay, yes, I agree and disagree. The only reason I disagree is because you are talking about games that did have a different beast, far different than what they were.
Yeah.
I would say Star Ocean's good. I like the remake and I don't like the remake. I don't know what you feel about the remake personally,
I like
but
I like it.
But I do agree with you. There were games that were a little better that came out on the Nintendo. I'm not saying that. I'm saying compared to Final Fantasy VII, I think Final Fantasy VII is bare bones compared to the games that were on the play. I can think of 7 different PlayStation games right now off the top of my head that are far superior to Final Fantasy VII.
So can I, actually. So can I, but
what?
Yeah, so can I. I agree with you, but I still think comparing FF6 to FF7, 7 is more playable nowadays compared to 6. Like
I disagree there 100%.
All right, like when I was playing Final Fantasy VI, I was looking for the same type of fleshed out storytelling, like even the same type of fleshed out storytelling like Final Fantasy IV did before it. For example, I did not get that at all, because things happen way too fast. You get 1 to 2 lines of dialogue, and then you're supposed to decide that this character has this type of personality. This is supposed to be a funny scene. Ha ha ha. This guy is supposed to be all evil and manipulative, because he's a.
See, this is where I disagree with you, because I think I'm like in my mind I'm like, what are you talking about? Because like both games have that ha ha moment. You have that. Both games do.
Except Kafka says 1 to 2 lines of dialogue. And then just goes ha 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 ha.
Yeah, but Final Fantasy, both versions do have this very grind down story. They both do. I don't find anything that 6 did was better than 7. What 7 did was better than 6, to be honest. Like, and there is story. There's these, like, the beginning story when you get the intrigue when you're walking you're walking in the mech. I mean, that's an amazing moment. It's like this, like, here's this mech, and you get that do as you're going through the thing, and then you get to watch the mechs come up. And then you're attacking a village right away. Bam! And you're like, whoa! Like, what the hell's going on? This village is being attacked. Like, why are you attacking this village? And these people are trying to defend themselves, and your character, you're nuking people, and they make a quick reference to Terra.
Uh-huh.
And then you get a little cutscene.
Yeah.
And then it keeps going. So, like, I think, like, you get a different story both times. But I haven't played Star Ocean 2 yet, the new remake. I've been wanting to play that for a while now. I just kind of it's on my list of things to play. So, in my opinion, I think that's a cool moment. Like that's these fun little set pieces. It's the same thing with Final Fantasy VII. Now, one of my other big pet peeves in Final Fantasy VII, if we're gonna get into pet peeves for Final Fantasies, I think the mini games in 7 are awful compared to
I like
6's.
them. They break up the monotony of the game, and they feel special because it's like you're playing a completely different game altogether. So I like them.
I do not like them in any way, shape, or form. I like the mini games in Final Fantasy VI because they're more fun and they're more enjoyable in some ways. They're not as good as some other games that came out later. Like again, Chronos Trigger freaking blows that out of the water. But also that came out later, so I'm not going to diss that. So that actually made it really good, in my opinion.
Couldn't you say that about literally any minigame ever, says Logan? It breaks up the monotony and makes you feel like you're playing an entirely different game altogether. Not really. Like, for example, some of the minigames in Shadowgears, they use the same sprites, and it looks cheap. They use the same sprites for the minigames, except for that one fighting game. Now that was interesting. But all the other minigames in Xenogears, they just use the same sprites that you're using for your character, and it feels very cheap. Meanwhile, in FF7, for example, like for the bicycle minigame, like the mechanics of the game have changed completely. Now it's a racing game. You slash left and right. Well, not really. It's an arcade game. You slash left and right. You protect your party members. So it really feels like it can be its own game altogether, with a little bit more polish.
It really feels like a tech demo. That's how I feel, and that's how I feel about that. You have it right. Like I said, I'm not dissing you liking it. I'm just saying that it feels like a tech. It always felt like a tech demo to me.
Yeah, the devs were trying to cram in everything they could try on it.
Yeah, and like I said, this is why I say it was the downfall of Final Fantasy. Because every other Final Fantasy after that was trying the tech demo route, except for Final Fantasy IX, which seemed to be someone had a story and said, "Okay, guys, no more crap. Let's try to make something that actually feels like it actually has something that connects, and actually feels good to play."
But for me, all of the Final Fantasies on PS1 were immersive experiences.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, the Final Fantasy Tactics was freaking awful. I don't know how that game gets the pot. I think that game is.
What's wrong with it?
I'll never understand why people like that one.
What's wrong with it,
to me is like. I think that fails in a lot of ways.
Why is that?
Tactics to me, because of the level scaling, it's too much. It's just way too over the top in power and scale. And you don't like the whole point of a Final Fantasy game is you can build your characters up, and if you put the time in and
actually
do the
don't agree with that.
What?
I actually don't agree with that. I think it may have been that way for the older Final Fantasies. But yeah, starting with 7, it kind of took a different direction.
It did. Well, no, you could still do that in 7. You could still grind up and make yourself a beast.
Well, you can do that in Tactics as well. Mm-hmm. It's just that it favors certain classes.
No, it's not that. Eventually what happens in Tactics is you get what's called a level, because the game registers when you're doing it. So when you hit that cap and it hits its cap, it kicks your butt, and it'll go, okay, here you go, bam, and you basically get your head knocked in because your character just didn't have the you weren't ready for that level base. So just totally blows you out of the water.
No. I mean, for the first half, just play as Monk Ramza. For the second half, just use Orlando to destroy everyone. That's how I play it.
You could play it, and like I said, you could play it that way, but then it's like you're kind of losing the point.
I don't care, because it's an enjoyable experience.
I didn't find it enjoyable because I found the system kind of glitchy. Like other games did it better. The Ogre Battle Tactics had a better.
But you see, I don't play these JRPGs for the challenge anyway.
I don't either. I play it for the story, but I like to enjoy. I like to like. Well, I like a game that has good gameplay. I'm always hunting for the gameplay.
You'd like Star Ocean 2 then?
Yeah, I like.
Oh no, it's grindy.
It is grindy. Another one, Star Ocean's also very grindy. The original Star Ocean, even the remake, I bought the remake because it was super cheap and it was easy to grab, and that is really grindy if you think about it.
Right now, Star Ocean 2.
I got it for $5. It was on sale.
Right now?
Oh, Star Ocean 1. Sorry, okay. Star Ocean 1. I got it for $5.
Never mind.
2. Yeah. I haven't bought 2 yet. I've been looking online for a cheap 2, but I don't think I'm going to get it. I'm having the same problem I'm having with the Tales franchise, where I can't frickin' find a cheap copy.
I got a cheap copy of Part 4, Star Ocean. On Steam. It was on sale, like, a few months ago.
Which Part 4 you got for Star Ocean?
Yeah.
I want to get Star Ocean 2 the remake of Star Ocean 2, but that one, because I missed my window, it's gonna be impossible for me to get that game. And it's just like the price tags just if unless I'm willing to pay $160 for it, which I refuse to pay $160 for any video games.
Imagine if someone made an
Unless
RPG
it's like
without
something
a story.
What?
Said, LDB said, imagine an RPG without a story. Entire game would just be grinding for the sake of grinding. Pokemon. I suppose.
No, isn't that what's the game called? Crystal Quest, I think it is, where it's a pure just grind game. It's actually
Mystic Quest.
I picked it up. Is it called Crystal Quest?
Mystic Quest.
No,
or,
not Mystic Quest.
SNES?
Crystal Quest. No. Crystal Quest, not Mystic Quest. Mystic Quest has a story, but it's just not the best story. That is a little bit of nostalgia bait on my end, and I don't deny that game is crap in a lot of ways. But I love Mystic Quest. I love me a Mystic Quest. I'll play it every once in a while.
I actually enjoyed it
I think
because it's so super simple.
It's not even that it's simple. I enjoy it because it has a little bit of every action. It has a little bit of an action to it, a little bit of an energy to it. It's not great in any way, shape, or form. It's very simplistic.
I like it that
But
way.
it is fun, and it has a bitching soundtrack.
Yes, that's right. It has a really good soundtrack.
Yeah, some of the best out there. And it is one of those things where people really don't know that these, like, there's a lot of hidden gems on the Super Nintendo.
Hidden gems.
Like, for example, a lot of hidden games, a lot of great games, hidden gems. The Super Nintendo. Yeah.
You know the reference.
Like Super Nintendo. Yeah. No.
Metal Jesus.
Okay.
Totally says it that way. Hidden gems.
Final Fantasy, like, other than most people, here's the games I hear people talk about the most on the Super Nintendo. Final Fantasy,
6.
Chronos Trigger, 6, Trigger, Secret of Mana, and that's it. But there are so many. Like, Robot Tech is an interesting game.
Yeah, Robot Trek, I think. Robot Trek.
Yeah, is it Trek?
Yeah.
Is it Trek? Yeah, I keep on calling it. You know what it is? It's that freaking video game. It's that freaking anime that still holds that. yeah, Macross. It still holds rent free in my head. Trek is actually very good. It's not perfect, but it's a good Enix
Yeah,
game.
it's like Armored Core the RPG.
Yeah, it's actually super fun. It's not bad at all. Another one that's quite yeah, Paper Mario RPG is quite good, but Star Ocean is fun. I like the Star Ocean. Again, we never got it here.
Yeah,
That was a
sure.
kind of a Tales of Fantasia, which had a 3 or 4 versions because there's Tales. That ended up on the Super Nintendo, the PlayStation, which
Yeah,
I heard the PlayStation version's the best version to
yeah, it's the
play for
best.
that one. And then there's a Game Boy Advance one.
Yep, PlayStation version is
So
the best.
that yeah,
But as a tech demo,
it,
the SNES, the Super Famicom version is the best. It has a song inside
oh,
the
okay,
intro. They crammed a
okay. I
song
never.
inside.
Oh wow, okay. There's the La Presse series if you like your strategy JRPG, which is the short term for Growlancer, which is on the PlayStation, which I can't seem to. Okay, I know it's on Sega Saturn, the Growlancer franchise.
Uh-huh.
And I also know it got some PlayStation games. I can never find an English dub to those games. I don't know why.
Maybe it doesn't exist.
1, 2, and 3, they came out with Growlancer 2 and 3 on the PlayStation 2.
Yeah, I
And
have.
it came with a special
I think I
edition
have
with a
one of
deck of
those.
cards, which yeah, I like those games, and I've been looking for an English patch version or a completed version of that. And I like that game. Like that game is surprisingly exciting, but that was on the PlayStation. There are like a couple there's the Slayers JRPG is actually quite fun
Huh?
if you can find an English copy of it.
Yeah,
There's
there
a
is.
Sailor
That's
Moon JRPG that
that's
most
super
people don't know
grindy.
exists.
That's flippin' grindy AF.
Oh,
There's a
it is
fixed.
grindy.
There's a fixed version where you don't have to grind, by the way.
Yeah. Well, doesn't that? Yeah. Well, my friend proved a point. You can beat Final Fantasy 1 if you were to spend your entire time grinding at the beginning and just grind until you max out your characters.
Yeah, there's all
You
these
can beat the game in
challenges.
3 hours.
There's all these
And,
challenges for these JRPGs. Like, I think somebody did like a low-level challenge for FF7, for example, or a no materia challenge, stuff like that.
well, that's becoming part of the market. And like you want to talk about crazy, Ellie? Point and click adventure games have speed
Speedruns.
running
Yeah,
now.
I know.
Like that. Do you understand how insane that seems to me?
For
Like,
example, there's Narcissus, which has no choices whatsoever, so you just hold control, and it'll skip
yeah.
everything. There's your speedrun.
No, it's crazy that people are doing these speed runs for point and click adventure games. I did not think I'd see that in my life. I woke up one day and my friend's like, "Hey, have you seen the speed run for Heroes Quest 2?" And I'm like, "No, someone did a speed run?" And you're literally passing by so much stuff. It's crazy. And
Yep.
Fire Emblem also. Yeah, Fire Emblem was on the Super Nintendo. There's a lot. Like the Super Nintendo had a lot of games. The consoles I felt the worst for RPGs. Like this is the RPG stream we were talking like and we're gonna do something like this.
Yeah.
The PlayStation Portable in America, it got fucked right off the gate. There were like 4 or 5 games we just did not get right off the gate.
Yeah.
Fire Emblem has been around since Nintendo LDP.
There's even a PS1 Fire Emblem game.
It,
It's
yeah,
called
the
something
original.
else. Tearing Saga, I think.
Yeah. Well, no, it was actually didn't they have a full out Fire Emblem back in the
Nope.
Nintendo?
Ah, yeah, they
No?
did. I mean, on the PS1. There's a
Oh.
Ring Saga, which is a Fire Emblem game. It even has all the same mechanics.
We didn't get Fire Emblem to the Game Boy. There's a Game Boy Color Fire Emblem game, if I remember correctly.
There was
Would
a
you ever play
PlayStation
Ellie?
game.
Would you ever play the game Myst?
Yeah, sure. I actually have.
Uh-oh.
I don't think it's so bad.
I don't know. I understand what you. Oh, here's a question. Would you play the parody game of Myst?
I don't know. I have no idea about that one.
There is a parody game of Myst that was created by a comedy group. I've been told it's awful. It's like the worst game you'll ever play. Basically, the idea was, imagine the Myst world if it turned into a tourist trap.
Okay.
And what would happen to Myst what would happen to that world if it became a tourist trap?
I don't know. What would happen?
It's pretty disgusting. If you get a chance, watch a playthrough before you actually play it, or look into it yourself. It's an interesting game. It really bad thing. I like the sequel to Myst. The sequel to Myst was kind of good.
Ribbon.
And I've always liked Oddworld for the PlayStation. That was a great game.
Game is entirely trial and error gameplay. Seems like the opposite of something I would like. Not really. The sequel to Myst is called Riven.
Yeah.
He's called.
Oh yeah,
Riven.
I think he's talking about Pissed. Yeah, I think that was the name of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that was the name of that little. I've never played it 100%, but I did play it when my buddy had it. My buddy's a comedy junkie, so he likes his comedies.
What I like about Myst,
he has a big poster.
Yeah, what I like about Myst is just this idea that you're exploring this strange place and trying stuff out until something works. It's all about the exploration and finding out new stuff.
Well, I like the idea of the environment. You know what? Here's what I gotta say. It's one of those games I don't want to play a lot of because I got bored of it when I was a kid. But I always thought to myself, wouldn't you love it if this was a real place you could go to?
Yeah.
Like in real life, if you were to be able to go to Myst.
Yeah, that would be quite
That
exciting.
would be kind of cool. Yeah. I think I'd have so much fun just wandering around, seeing what's here. You know, like that could be fun. Like I'd get a little worried when I couldn't find any food to eat, but it'd be kind of fun. Another game that kind of did that to me, that made me feel that way, as much as it's going to sound weird, is the Dishonored franchise. The Dishonored, like the city for Dishonored, before all the insanity, I think it'd be a cool city to wander through. Hogwarts is another place I'd love to go to Hogwarts, just because that just seems like such a cool place to just visit. This big castle that's massive, and you just wander.
Cerulean says, I remember my college professor for graphic design loved the Myst series. When he did his game design class, it was more reason for him to gush over them. So anyway,
it's crazy. Like there's a lot of yeah. For example, hotels and stuff. There's a lot of crazy hotels I would love to go to. There's like one in Russia. The hotel is like 9 buildings, all mashed together. I don't know if it still exists, but I don't know if it got destroyed in World War II or whatever happened to it. But that just seems like such a cool place to visit, just to see this massive structure. I'm an architect junkie. I don't know.
I see.
I like wandering these places.
So anyways, back to Final Fantasy VI for a bit. For me, it did not have those deeply emotional moments, which FF7 had. Because, again, because of the way the story is told, and of course the limitations
Oh,
of the
just
medium.
be honest. Just be honest. Your
Yeah?
waifu died.
Oh,
Just be honest. Your waifu died.
Aerith was not my waifu. But, yes, I did cry when she died.
Oh no! I did lost it. I was like, I started laughing when she died.
Huh? That means you just weren't invested in the story in the first place. Shouldn't have kept playing.
No, I did play. I beat the game.
Yeah, but you
I
weren't
just
invested in the story like LDP isn't invested in FF7 right now. He's just playing through it for the sake of it.
No. I'm invested. I was invested in the story. I played all the way through, but I couldn't stop I was like, dude, you know he's somewhere around here. You know he's. You know what I liked was when Game Theory said, you know, she probably didn't die. She's probably still alive. I loved that. That was just like I couldn't like. To me, it was just.
Well,
I
looks
started
like the
getting
remake.
done with the game.
Looks like the remake is
Yeah.
trying to prove Mr. MatPat correct. I'm not sure if she's gonna die in the remake.
I don't care if she dies one way. Like the remake is awful. I don't know. Like I have been so disappointed with Square Enix. If it wasn't for the fact that they keep re-releasing their old games, I don't think I'd pay attention to their company anymore. Like I'm still pissed off that they won't. What?
I stopped paying attention since the PS2 days.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of the same way with me too. Like I still love Capcom, but again, what was the Capcom game I just bought recently? It was the Mega Man Battle Network collection, which I ended up selling because a buddy of mine didn't get his copy, so I sold him mine. So I never kept it. So the one game that like, and I think I got their XY collection just to play it, and I got bored. So it's like shit. They just, to me, I was like, like I have the games I want are on my consoles now. Like I have my other stuff. Octopath Traveler was really grindy.
Was Regent Historia from Square?
Yeah, for Square, that was Square, but it was really grindy. I did play it. I didn't keep it. I got a copy for free. So I played it and I went, I wouldn't spend money on it.
Ah,
No, I've been
bravely
buying
default.
old games. Yeah, I've been buying old games and remake and indie games like Sea of Stars. Although
I don't like.
the story's a little
They're like.
it's still fun.
I tried here's the thing. I tried the demo for Sea of Stars. Because, Yasunori Mitsuda, yay! And then I saw the art style, and then I saw certain signs. And I was like, nope, not gonna support this.
Well,
Bye.
what were the signs you saw? What were
Character
the signs you
design,
saw?
the art style. Character design.
Oh, designs.
The art style.
Yeah,
the buff
I didn't
female
think I'd like
characters.
it. I didn't mind the buff female characters. They're not too OP. They're not too buffed. I do find it funny that the character that seems to have the most story is the overweight one in the game.
Yes, yeah. It's what Cerulean
No,
is
yeah,
saying.
because he does.
He's DEI.
Yeah. Yes, I played Octopath Traveler. I said that. I didn't play the sequel though.
It's what Cerulean is saying. It's DEI on its sleeve.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, nope. Not gonna support this. Bye.
Well, I got it for $5, so what can I say?
I mean, if I actually
I
played it,
picked.
I think I would enjoy it. But
Mhm.
yes, when I see those signs, I'm like, nah, there's better stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like to me, like I've been picking up just indie games lately, and that's all it is. Like indie. Um, I'm just shocked that I haven't like anything mainstream has been old remakes. Like I got my hands on, like I said, I got my hands on Final Fantasy IX. I got my hands on a remake of the some of the Final Fantasy, the original Final Fantasies. I got my hands on the Riga Saga or the Mana Saga Final Fantasy Legends because they did a whole remake of that, so I have that out there.
Trials of Mana.
And for Capcom, for me, Capcom they've been smart a little bit. They've been a little smart with their stuff. And the big thing that they were smart with was releasing the Onimusha franchise. They released the first game. So you can play the first Onimusha now. And you can play Okamiden, which is actually a great fucking game. And you can play their not Breath Fire, Devil May Cry. Like, give me more of that. Like, this is what I want. And they're great games. Like, they're like some games. Like, the games I picked up, Persona 3, Persona 4. Yeah, I know you don't like those, Elliot. Just the way it
Yeah,
is for me. I got them. They were on sale. I pick up stuff on sale. Nightmare Reaper, which is amazing. If you're a shooter junkie, Cult of the Lamb,
yeah,
Shadow Man Remaster, because I absolutely love Shadow Man. Slime Rancher, great game. Fract, uh, for there we go. Dark Alliance 2, Chrono Cross, Hades. I haven't picked up Hades 2, but I've heard rumors that might not come out for the Switch. Ion Fury, Project Warlock, Sword of the Vagrant. It's like indie game, In Dusk, indie game, Shovel Knight, indie game, Toe Jam Girl, indie game. For a Vast Future, indie game, Castle Crashers, indie game. It's like indie game, indie game. It's like I only have, and the mainstream games I have are the ones for consoles, like Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil 1 and 2. It's crazy that I'm not picking up the games like you figure you're going to go for the top quality games, right?
not
Like
really
that's what aren't you?
nowadays.
Don't you want to go with the AAA titles? It's like I
Nope,
don't want to. I want to go with the indie guys.
not really nowadays. Triple A titles are boring now.
Is that crazy? Like
It's
Scott
just a
Pilgrim's
sign of the
technically a
times.
triple. I know, but like Scott Pilgrim, for example, is a Ubisoft game. Like that's a mainstream Ubisoft game,
Oh, it is.
and it's crazy that that's something that like people can say that. I didn't think I'd ever hear that from people.
Yeah,
And it's just nuts. Like the Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, for example, is technically an indie game. And it just,
sort of.
why is it that I'm looking at these games that people would say are, you know, big stream, and I'm like, I'm not interested.
That I guess you meant that it's crazy that people can say that triple A games are boring now. Is that it? Cerulean
Yeah,
was
no,
asking.
doesn't that? Yeah, well, isn't that strange? Isn't that crazy that that's what I'm trying to say? Isn't that crazy that we're in that era? Like to me, the idea of picking up an indie game back in the day, like go back to the earlier eras of the PlayStation. Oh, indie game, why the fuck would you play that? Like, oh god, it's gonna suck.
I
Oh,
mean,
it's gonna be
there were
awful.
no.
Worst game you ever played.
I mean, there were
Go pick up,
no.
Capcom's new game. They have the best game on the planet. You know,
Oh,
id
that's
Software came out with a brand new game. Go pick up id. Remember Blizzard, guys? Everyone was hard on for Blizzard. And it's just, they're still hard on for Blizzard even now. But that's what floors me, that is not what people are thinking now.
Oh, we got variety.
I hear. What?
We got variety now. We got stuff to choose from. And a lot of these indie game developers are people who grew up liking video games. So we know that they share the same tastes as us, more than these AAA devs. So I think that's part of the reason.
Well, they're throwing their all into something that, did you like that? They are throwing their all into these games, and I'm really impressed. I like Gravity Circuit floored me. That's an indie game, and I didn't think I'd like it. I was like, oh, I'll pick it up. It's on sale. A buddy of mine gave me a couple gift cards for the Switch. I was like, okay, I'll pick that up. That sounds like a plan. Bam, start playing it. I'm like, holy shit, this is a good game. And I've come back to it a couple times, like just come back to play it, and it gave me my video game fix for old school stuff, and I want more games like that.
So, anyways, let's go back to the main topic. Well, let's talk about Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VI for a little bit more.
Okay.
I think you're about. Nah, I think you said you had to leave by 2, was it? Yeah, you got time.
Yeah. Oh, I thought we were done talking about Final Fantasy VI because I thought there was nothing else to say.
Nah. See, there's something else I'd like to say. See,
go for it.
See, the production values are very different between the two games, and I believe that's what I like about 7. Because in terms of production values, you cannot make the argument that 6 is superior in any way.
And production value?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
What I mean is, superior tech. FMVs, everything, tech demo, etc. 3D. As far as that goes.
Well, yeah.
And that's what I like about it. Because FF7,
okay.
FF7, it's easier to imagine yourself immersed inside this world. Because it had superior tech to do that, compared to 6. Yeah, FF6 was a AAA RPG for its time, according to Cerulean. Now,
It is actually AAA for its time.
Yeah, but it's a lot more immersive in FF7 just because it's on a console that can actually handle what I believe FF6 was trying to accomplish. Like imagine FF6 with the type of tech that the PS1 had. Would you still like it that way?
Oh, if it was advanced, yes, I would. I'd like it because the music, like if you hear the upscaled music that they do for Final Fantasy VI, imagine that for some of the stuff for the Final Fantasy fighting game, for example. Could you imagine that tech demo? That works for me.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
I mean, yes, Cerulean. I actually was saying that earlier. That's why I prefer those. Tales of Fantasia and Star Ocean. Because, going back to the SNES, Tales of Fantasia, Star Ocean, Chrono Trigger, those are the things that I could feel I could get really immersed in. And then there's those smaller JRPGs like the Ranma half RPG, even the Ray Earth RPG, just because they're so short. Yeah, I can play through those. But,
okay, riddle me this. The Tenchi Muyo game, was there nudity in it?
Tenchi Muyo game, no. It's just an SRPG. It's also very short. It's like 8 hours long, maybe. Okay. 6 to 8 hours long. It's just like an episode of Tenchi Muyo. Oh, there was on Saturn, says Cerulean. Alright.
Okay, because a buddy of mine was talking about that recently, and I didn't know what he was talking about. So that's not on Super Nintendo. No, it's like, oh, okay.
On Saturn, apparently.
Okay. Okay, well, I'd see it. Saturn was a dirty system, but we'll get to that some other time.
So yeah. So if, for example, if FF6, if it had a more fleshed out storytelling style, like don't just put in General Leo and make us try to care for him and then kill him off immediately in such a weird way. Like, make it a little bit more dramatic, make his death a little bit more dramatic, because I love the drama. And use maybe a PS2, PS1 level of presentation. Then maybe I would like it a lot more. Because that is what drew me in with FF7. It was the first time I'd played a game like that. Like, it's not just, jump from one platform to another, go right. No, it was like this long story that you had to see through until the end. And it was epic. So when I went back to play Final Fantasy VI, which was after playing Chrono Trigger, I was a little bit underwhelmed by the entire experience. Because I also enjoyed Chrono Trigger's music, for example, a lot more.
Well, like I said, Final Fantasy VI is one of those systems. Like it was kind of this weird in-between era for 6.
Yeah, well, I didn't know that at that time. I was just emulating games. I just wanted to play games.
But that's kind of where I think it is with you, and that's why I'm not like Final Fantasy VII, for example. I think you're going to have the same mentality. Like Seven's going to have more of a vibe to you because this was your first standing, your first big game for you. So yeah, no, it has a nostalgia bit to you, and that's okay.
Yep.
I think people need to like let that flow personally.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, I can bug you a little bit and go, oh, I can't believe you do that, ha ha ha, but it's like,
exactly.
that's not fair to you in any way, shape, or form. But the truth is, like, we all know that we all have those things that we absolutely like, and we have our cheese moments.
Yeah, and
I don't deny it.
It's kind of amusing.
I have a notorious. Go ahead.
It's kind of amusing because a lot of people are afraid to admit they have nostalgia for a game. When it is exactly that. Like,
it is.
A lot of these games. Like, Castlevania, for example. People will often say it's a flippin' masterpiece. But a lot of it is also nostalgia. Because, compare it to a modern platformer, it's flippin' clunky. There's no two ways around it. You can say it's game design. It's, you're given this limited movement on purpose. You can say that, you can try to justify that all you like. Let's just say, okay, you like the gameplay. You like it that way. You have nostalgia for it. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't deny that stuff. I don't believe in that. I believe, like, fuck yeah, we all have our things we like. We all have our things we're like, oh, that's what I like.
Yes.
What do you get?
100%.
And I think people seem to, like, don't like doing that. And I don't know why, because it's like, enjoy your thing. Who cares? It doesn't devalue your game if you like it and I don't.
Yes, exactly.
I'll tell you why I think it's I'll tell people why I think it's overrated. I have every right to say that, but you have every right to go, okay, well, that's your decision.
Yep. Exactly.
And that's like I said, we're both in the same boat. Like, I like 6 because there are things that I like in 6 that are in 6. And that's part of what I enjoy. So if that's there, then, well, you're not going to change my mind. Like, you got we can talk about it. No, when you say something's absolute crap, that's when I'm like, okay, well, no, come on, at least give it its due. That was my big complaint last night.
But I didn't say that.
It was like, oh yeah, this game's absolute crap. But I know you're kind of poking the worm, weren't you?
No, I wasn't saying that.
I knew that would bug me.
No, I was
What?
actually just trying to. I wasn't saying that. I was trying to disagree with Logan because he has
Oh.
no prior experience with Final Fantasies, and I was just saying that.
Oh.
Okay, you think you believe that FF7 is overrated? I think FF6 is overrated because the people who keep talking about it are the people who are like, oh, FF7 was your first JRPG. You gotta try FF6 because it's the holy game. It can do no wrong. And I tried it and the experience was underwhelming. It was an okay game. That's it.
You know, it is kind of funny that this has happened now because can I laugh at that as a whole?
Yeah, sure.
Like truth to that it's funny that this became a thing because it wasn't a thing 5 years ago. And it is mainly because there's a group of, the retro marks have sort of won the internet right now. They have full control over the net, and the retro marks have deemed that this game is superior.
Yes,
Therefore,
exactly.
you were wrong.
That's it.
Exactly. It's mainly because of the remaster to Final Fantasy. That remaster has been problematic. The remaster for 7?
Well,
So
I've actually
it's kind of marked
only seen gameplay of it.
Yeah, it's funny because it's the woke stuff that came up. It's the fact that they dropped what's her face's boobies, and there's all this little side stuff that made people angry, and they have their reasons. Like I'm not going to diss somebody because you don't like something because somebody screwed with your game. I can understand why I'd be angry too. I do get angry.
Pensive Scarlet.
Cough cough. I'm hearing stuff for certain games I like, and it's like don't touch my stuff. If you don't like it, that's fine, but don't break my game because you feel that you have a divine right by God or some stupid fucking shit like that. And I know that sounds kind of crazy to say it that way, but there are people, cough cough Star Wars, cough cough, that truly believe that this is their divine passion, that they must change Star Wars beyond a shadow of a doubt, and that Star Wars is better, and that the Force is truly female.
I have no idea about that stuff.
Yeah. Well, we all know the Force is only female because the majority of women are majority of female Jedis turn out to be Sith. Hee hee.
I do know.
I'm joking. But yeah, go ahead.
I do know the latest Star Wars movies went all feminist.
Yeah.
Like, it makes no sense to me. I've read a little bit about the Star Wars lore. I'm especially interested in the sword forms. So, like, if Kylo Ren is a master of at least one of these sword forms, or probably several of them, then how did
No.
Then how did that? What's her name? I forgot her name. How did Miss Feminist Girl, who has absolutely no training whatsoever, and just discovered that she's a Force adept, how did she even beat him? In a sword fight, in a lightsaber battle.
My headache with Star Wars is this as a whole. It's like a lot of this stuff. It's like I can understand that. See, here's what I think's happening, and a lot of people I've been saying this over and over and over again. I believe we're getting to a point that people are so done with this crap. They're so sick and tired of this attitude, this mentality. They're just done. I don't want to deal with it anymore. Stop freaking ramming it down my throat. So I think there's this backlash that just keeps getting worse and worse and worse for the franchise. And again, it's also partially because of YouTube is changing. In a lot of ways, YouTube is changing the narrative, and a lot of people are fighting it. And I'm not trying to be mean to anybody on that one. And like I said, everyone has a right to think what they want to think. I'm not going to be that guy. But, these guys really push these narratives, and it pisses people off. Like, I made the joke. I was watching a movie, a well-known movie called Fritz the Cat.
Okay.
It is scary how Fritz the Cat is more relevant today than it was back in the day.
So what's it all about?
And it floors me to think that this movie, this silly movie that was created by, like, a pervert,
Nice.
and Ralph Bashki, who's kind of off his a crazy animator. It floors me that this is actually becoming relevant again. I don't like fighting about that, and didn't Fritz the Cat comment on those who power stir up? Yeah, it really did. I don't want to get into it because Fritz could get Ellie's channel banned.
Is that so?
I'm actually afraid. I want to review Fritz the Cat, but I'm afraid to review Fritz the Cat.
Well, somebody did this on YouTube, so it's a 1972 cartoon. Interesting.
Yep. A lot of the things I'm hearing nowadays are the same thing. It's the same narratives over and over that I'm hearing. The one thing they did with Fritz the Cat in the movie, for those little thing about it, it's about a college student guy trying to get laid.
Okay.
He's in university and he tries to get laid, and he's sick and tired of doing classes, doing school, so he burns down his university. And he spends the entire thing trying to get schnoo.
Okay. Well, I don't
And
think I
that's
can
Fritz the
relate.
Cat.
It seems
What?
a little bit too, I don't think I can relate. I think that's a little bit too Western culture for me.
Yeah, it could be. And Fritz is kind of a dick. He's a right royal prick, and he's awful, and he does stupid stuff to people, and he really does hurt a lot of people, and it gets a lot of people killed. And in the end, he ends up, if you're to believe the narrative, he ends up getting dies in the end. He ends up being used in a vicious plot, and they end up killing him.
Nice.
Although how truthful that is how you feel about that ending.
Yeah.
So what's the important news for your channel, Ellie?
Oh yeah. Now my employer said he wanted to talk to me on Monday or Tuesday, and as you all know, I work online remotely. Like, I might be out of a job.
Uh-oh.
So, if that happens, I'm gonna try to keep the channel, going, I enjoy this a lot. Streaming daily. So I'm gonna try to keep this channel going. I may have to open up, memberships and stuff. Monetize the channel. Temporarily, until I can find a new job, if that happens. But I'm not really sure. Anyways, we'll see. So that is the news. Okay.
Okay. Well, I really hope you do find yourself a job.
Yeah, I haven't even lost a job yet.
Okay.
I just have this premonition. Because every time an employer says that, like, can I talk to you on this day,
Yeah.
It's usually like, blah, 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 we're downsizing, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I hope it's not. I hope you're just, you're thinking to yourself, you're kind of overanalyzing something.
Yeah, probably, I hope. With that said, I can just, I've already been paid for, this month, so I can just spend the entire month, looking for a new job. Hopefully another online one that lets me do this.
Online work is.
Yeah, that lets me continue streaming.
Well, Amazon's always hiring.
Is that so? I have no idea. I may have to ask some of you guys for some advice then. Cause, yeah, basically right now I make, pretty good money, at least, here in the Philippines. It's like, I have like, maybe what would be the equivalent of an entry-level job in the US. As far as pay goes. So over here in the Philippines, that's like above mid-range. So hopefully I can find at least a mid-range earning. So I may have to temporarily open up memberships on this channel. Hope to get some support from you guys. You guys in the chat, in my channel, in the community, open up memberships for a minimum fee. With that said, it will of course be optional, and I'm not going to try to morally obligate anyone to support me. It's just, I see that my channel has grown a bit. Might as well make use of it if I ever run out of a job. With that said, I will never stop streaming because I enjoy this.
Yeah, I kind of know the feeling. I've actually debated about doing a Patreon myself, which is something I didn't think I would ever do. I thought, oh, no. It's like, no, it's actually big enough that maybe I should be considering it so that this is something that I could do to kind of give myself a little more of a breathing space and maybe help myself find a proper editor for the channel so I can do a little bit more serious work and take the channel to a little bit more of a fun than what it is now, because I feel that my channel needs some work too. So yeah, no, your situation's a lot worse than mine. I'm not worried about not having a job, so not anytime soon anyway.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm more happy of not having a place to.
I've been working for this employer for like 6 years now, so I'm hoping that it's nothing serious. It's just some additional instructions for work. But, I have really bad luck in real life. So, I don't like to pin things on things I don't know. I don't like to put hope on things that, I'm not really sure about.
So how bad, like you have to screw up pretty bad to lose a job though, like an online job that you usually don't want to. Like that involves hiring and other.
Like I've lost
Really?
2 jobs wherein I did not screw up at all. It's like the employer just couldn't pay me anymore.
Oh, okay. So you could.
Yeah, because the business was going under.
Oh, ooh, yeah. Okay, that happens. Ugh, sorry to hear. That's awful.
But right
and
now,
it's not like it's your fault, right? Because you're still doing your job. You're still doing exactly what they ask of you.
Yeah, I have an employer from like 10 years ago, and I still keep on good terms with her. But her business went under, so she had to let me go. So yeah, that has happened to me before.
My worst job experience for that was I had someone I got fired so someone else could hire their son. I wasn't too happy about that.
That's bad. Anyways, let's talk about games.
Yeah. Well, when you're working for a private person, that was you can't do that. Like they could basically fire you anytime they want.
Yeah,
it's just
that's how it is with me.
Yeah. I hate privatized job working, and that's been a problem with my end. It's the same thing with odd job work. It could be very. You can have those moments where you're just like, yikes.
So amusingly enough, if for example, if I open up a membership for like $5 a month, memberships on my channel, if I get at least like 30 people, that would actually be enough to keep me compensated. That would be enough for me to survive.
Yeah. It's just a matter of getting 13 people. Yeah, you should probably. What did you have any reward plan? Did you plan on doing for this? Like special emotes?
Yeah. Actually, I was thinking, I'll play any game you want. You be a member. I'll play any game you want for an entire stream. Something like that.
Oh no, You're reaping the whirlwind there, Ellie.
I can play any game.
Yeah.
That's the thing
So
with
Ellie,
me. I have no strong feelings for most games, so I can play any game.
So Ellie's reaping the whirlwind, guys. Let's get a horrible game list together.
Hey,
Man,
just because I agree
I'll,
to that doesn't mean I have to do it if I don't like it. You choose a
Reap
game
the
that I
whirlwind.
don't like, I'm just gonna start playing Mobile Legends. How much does a membership cost? I haven't started yet. I'm thinking about it if I ever do lose my job. I don't want to.
Yeah. Mine's more about getting an editor, so I feel bad because losing a job's even worse. Like, I hope you don't lose your job.
Yeah. So do I.
my eternal quest is getting an editor, inevitably.
Yeah,
So
but it hasn't happened yet. So let's talk about games.
Okay. Okay, works for me. All right. Other than that, what's your thoughts on?
Yeah?
Do you think they're gonna remaster Final Fantasy VIII?
Final Fantasy VIII Remaster, I doubt it. I mean, they've been talking about the FF7 remaster since the PS3 days. They had that tech demo.
Yeah, and it finally came out, and a lot of people were pissed. So I don't know. Maybe that might not happen.
And again,
The next question is.
and yet it also brought in tons of new fans, like VGM Asilo. There's this guy in his chat who is experiencing Final Fantasy VII just as a remake, and he does not want to play the original game. He wants no spoilers because he wants to experience the entire trilogy, purely based on the remake, because he likes it so much.
Okay, next question on the matter. What do you think about the fact that we're speaking about remakes? What do you think about the fact we're going to be getting a Codename Veronica remake from Capcom?
I never actually played Code Veronica.
Oh,
So
you've
I
never
don't
played
know.
it?
Yeah, I've only played the
Okay.
PS1 games.
Okay.
And Resident Evil 4. So I never actually played Code Veronica. I've seen Kurumi play through it. That's about it. It looks like just another Resident Evil. Like it seems very similar to Part 2.
Other than the respawn issue, I think it's pretty much the same game in a lot
Okay,
of ways. Yeah, they're talking about they're going to make it more like 4. They're going to make it more like the new versions that are coming out. So
that's okay, I guess.
it's going to be a complete rehash.
I mean, it makes it relevant for modern gamers who cannot stand the tank controls.
I love my tank controls. I don't care.
I mean, yeah.
You guys don't like your...
My first experience was with Resident Evil 2 with the tank controls. When I first played it, I died right away. Took me like a minute to figure out, oh, so this is how you move. I wasn't even complaining. I was just, okay, I died right away. Let's see what I did wrong. Okay, so that's how you do it. Alright, let's play. That's it. Done. You just adjust. You have no room to complain, because, you already have the game. You deal with it.
Yeah, and I'm not against it. Like, I wish they'd You know what I want? I want a relaunch of... I'd like a little bit of a remaster or a better quality version of the original Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3. Like, I would love to play those old school games. I like those old school games. I'll still play those.
Part 3 was pretty unique, though. Like, you had this dodge system.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was interesting.
I'm not a fan
never
of...
could figure
Yeah,
that
I'm
out.
not a...
I never
I'm not a
figured
fan
that
of
out,
4,
actually.
though.
You don't like 4?
No, I don't like the button mashing in 4.
Oh, you mean the quick time events?
Yeah, I hate that shit so much. It drives me nuts. I actually do not like that. If that was out of the game, like, I know you can take them out now, and I think they have it, you can remove it from one of the remasters.
But they're the same
and
every
I'm
time.
like, I hate those so much. I don't care. I hate button mashing. I've always been a, don't force me to press A over and over and over again. I'm going to be annoyed that you made me press A over and over and over again.
But you know, the inputs are the same every time, so if you memorize them, you'll never go wrong.
Yeah, but I don't like them. It's
Yeah,
part of
fair
my
enough.
nature. Yeah. Like, button mashing to me drives me batty.
So you don't like rhythm games?
No, not at all.
He's like tap to the music, the game.
I don't like most rhythm games. I think the one I didn't like was what was the one? I think I played one rhythm game over the years. I just don't like them. The
Okay,
only game I liked was Steambot Chronicles. That's the only rhythm game I played that I liked.
that's a rhythm game? I thought, is that the PSP version or the PS2 one?
PS2 one. PSP version I never did play because it was
Oh,
PSP
okay.
Vita. Yeah. I never bought a Vita because Vita was, for some reason, Vita just died on me and it was really annoying.
The battery?
I don't know what happened. I've never did figure out why my Vita broke. I got it used and it worked for
Oh,
like
okay.
2 weeks and then just died.
So it doesn't charge, it doesn't turn on?
It wouldn't turn on.
I see.
I've never don't know why it did that. It just dead.
Here's
And
a...
I was pissed off because I got it for relatively cheap, but it was like I don't know why it was like that. And now looking into getting another Vita, I just have no interest because mm,
You
and
can
I'm
emulate.
hoping that I won't. Yeah, wasn't a cousin Vita. It was. I've had a couple times where I've had stuff broken. Yeah, I've gotten stuff at pawn shops, and it's just you got to watch out with the pawn shops sometimes.
I never even
And
bother
pawn
going
shops
to.
have screwed me.
I never even
Yeah.
bother going to pawn shops here. I see, like PSPs and game systems there all the time. I'm like, nah. Yeah, it's probably broken.
Well, I don't get that. Okay, don't sell a broken game. Like, come on. I'll never understand that mentality of selling something that's broken.
Well, if you can profit from it, that's probably the mentality.
Uh, yeah, but I hate that mentality because then at that point you're not helping. In the end, get a pawn shop. Well, at least where I'm at, if you do that too much at a pawn shop, eventually they get wise to you and they just won't sell to you anymore. And that word of mouth, because of how my city is, that word of mouth will get around, and then
Ah,
you're fucked. Like no one's gonna buy because they know that you're selling us garbage. Like
interesting.
they actually, well, because up here you have to give ID, right, to sell something.
Yeah, it's the same here.
Yeah, and they don't they will come after you if you screw up enough. I've only
Oh,
sold something twice that was accidentally broken. I didn't realize they were broken at the time. It was an old Walkman, and I got a phone call about that. And the guy's like, "Hey, your Walkman wasn't working." And I went, "Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. You want the money back?" And I offered him the money. He said, "Oh, no, no, no. You're a good customer. I know you don't screw around like that. So we'll consider that we'll consider it an accident. We just wanted to inform you." It's like, "Okay, done. Never happen again."
nice.
I believe in that. I believe in that mentality. You know, no one wants to buy garbage. So I think anyone who sells that stuff, I think you're kind of a jerk.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah. But thank you so much for having me on. It is 2 o'clock now, and
Okay.
I'm gonna have to get some stuff done for the game for tonight.
Right.
Um,
So,
Thank you everybody for having me here. If you wanna talk about video games and RPGs and stuff, I'm always welcome to pop on.
alright. Well, that was
All right,
Warchief Reviews, everyone.
thank
So,
thank you
thank you
kindly,
very
everybody.
much. Thank you very
Have yourself a
much.
very
And,
good day.
bye-bye.
Bye.
Right, what do I do now? Oh, I should leave the, how do I do this? Yeah, I'll just, disconnect like this. There we go. Okay, now then. I'm not done streaming yet. It's early. Now, what do we do? You guys have any suggestions? Should I just play some more Blasphemous or something? No, those are numbered streams, though. Oh, yes. I know. Let me make my schedule for next week. It constantly pauses and buffers. Sad. I think it's because of the distance. The distance from me to the server to you guys. So Elle-C's making next week's schedule. There we go. Because I actually switched from 8,000 kbps streaming to 4,000. So it's always all green on my end. Twitch handles it better, huh? So if there is a problem with pausing and buffering, it is coming directly from YouTube. Over 4,000. I'm sure I could do like 10,000, but I think that would introduce more buffering. Because I was streaming for quite a while at 8,000 kbps until Mintier Guard said that all my streams have been buffering. Now then, time to make next week's schedule. And then I'll go play some games. I finally figured out how to get Photoshop to capture, to window capture. Basically, all I had to do was not minimize it. Every time I minimize a window, it can't be captured on window capture. It was so simple. Alright, Steam demos, yes. Art and Elico, yes. Suikoden 3, yes. So, you know what? This is fine. Let's just change Nagi here. Let's make another one. The cake was never a lie. I mean, you've seen the official figures of her. See? Shimapan, yes. You know, I was, getting all, anxious earlier. But, having that talk with Warchief Reviews kinda makes me feel better. It's nice to be among friends. Now then, let's generate some new AI stuff. Here's one. Why, I already have one. Immediately. How nice. But I'm going to try to, generate a new one. Yes. Motion of AI reminds you of something? I'm just gonna generate some more AI stuff, which I can use. So short about how they almost hustled the Iron Giant guy out of his own idea. Huh? Problem today isn't the technology. Well, I've said my piece about AI before. Speaking of AI, I'll be doing the same seminar next Friday, which will be about beyond communication. Hey, this is super cute. So, let's make one more. These are super cute, but a little bit too low angle. Let me show you what I got. I could use this, but I want her legs showing a little bit more. Do that. But I do want her legs showing a little bit more though. So yeah guys, I may need to open up memberships. Somewhere around $1 to $5. What do you think would be fair, actually? I'm open to suggestions. May, as in, I really don't want to. But if I lose my job, I may temporarily need to until I can find... Go for 5. I may temporarily need to until I can find a new one. Okay, these are really good. But, they don't show all of her hair in some of these. Does anyone recognize the soundtrack, by the way? If the people care about me and they have any amount of extra income. But it's a recurring fee though, every month. So I was thinking maybe $1 might be fair. It's hard not to recognize Xenogears. Yep, a distant promise. To be honest, the thought of losing my job kinda makes me feel a little bit sad. I like this employer. I've been working for her for like 6 years. And she did say at the start that I won't have to worry about stuff like that. Because her business is very stable. But you know, things may have changed over the years. I don't really know. Getting ahead and surviving. I mean, I can survive just fine. I have tons of savings. But I do need, I have tons of savings actually. Yeah, I have good relationships with all of my previous employers. I don't think I've ever parted with an employer that I hated. So the reason that I will be sad to lose this job is because I like it. I can find a new one in like maybe a few days or so, if I'm being honest. But it won't have the same working conditions as this one. Like some employers like to take screenshots of your screen like every few minutes, and they want you to work for like a full 8 hours. Which I do, but I render my 8 hours on my own time. All these old traditions need to die. What do you think would be a better setup then? Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I've been in this situation before, by the way. Like it was around 7 to 8 years ago, give or take. Like it was in an entire year, wherein I lost my job. I was burned out. Well, I quit my job because I was burned out, and I just didn't try to find a new one. So all I was living off of was art commissions. I was just living off of art commissions. So I did like paintings for tons of people for like let me see. For like $17 for 12 by 18 painting. Framed by me. So I provide my own frame. So $17 for one painting. And I believe the cost of one of those frames is like maybe 30% of the $17. But you know, that type of work tends to run out quickly. Like, okay, you'll get people who'll commission you once or twice. They can't really keep commissioning you over and over again, so it's not stable. That was easy. Smaller. A bit smaller here too. Ah, yes. Okay, let's change the background. Yes, US currency standards. That would be 1,000 pesos. In Philippine pesos, that's 1,000. To give you an idea, cost of living here is like 500 pesos a day. So that's so one of those would be good for 2 days. Fortunately, I have tons of savings. I have like over $1 million in savings. Actually, part of those from inheritance from my father. So I'm not really worried about the financial situation. What I am worried about is having steady income. Because you know, you need a steady income to keep paying the bills every month. So that's what I'm worried about. So, if I can get just enough members, I don't have to worry about a thing. But you know, I'm a small channel. Also, if I'm really desperate, I could just start finding a new job right away. I have like 3 job offers for content writing, long term. The pay is $1,000 a month, so that's pretty good. But it's like a 9-to-5 job. So I gotta do it every day, and be very, very output-based. Have somebody, yes, content writing. Have somebody supervising me all the time. That's super flippin' stressful. What kind of content? Well, as a content writer, basically you write whatever content your employer asks you to. You see those spammy articles online? Yeah, that type of content. You want an example? I could give you an example. Here, let me read out an example for you. How much does age really matter in learning American pronunciation and accent? Non-native speakers of English often face a huge mental roadblock when they are attempting to learn American pronunciation and accent. To illustrate, take this situation. Alyssa Cruz is a young professional who has just recently arrived in the United States. In order to improve her chances of landing a decent job related to her profession, she decides that she needs to minimize her foreign accent when speaking in English and learn how to speak English like an American. Yeah, so basically your output would be around 500 word articles a day. Or maybe 2,000 word articles a day. It depends. Sometimes they'll also ask you to do like 10 250 word mini articles in a day. Also, you have to be mindful of SEO stuff. You know, search engine optimization stuff. You gotta be mindful of that. You gotta write stuff that's friendly to the search engines and drops the keyword. And you need to be updated on what is the latest on SEO, because search engine optimization changes like all the time. Yes, exactly. Yes, they don't teach that. They expect you to know it. If you don't know it, you gotta do your own research. Yeah, they'll sometimes do that. Like include this particular keyword. But they'll also include a list of specs. Sometimes they'll include a list of specs. Must be 500 words. Must include anchor text. Must drop the anchor text. And then they'll give you a critique sometimes. Like, okay, this article sounds very good, very human sounding, but it's not SEO friendly. Go and improve it. Like, make it more friendly to Google. There are tools to check that, by the way. There are tools to check, like, whether it's SEO friendly or not. Yes, they can, but since you know they are the employer, you are at their mercy. That's just how it is. They got the money to pay ya. They do what they want. Through the cold of the night, as passion burns in your heart. Oh! I forgot I need to do a background. Yeah, that could happen as well. Although that has never happened to me. Usually it's just, the market changes and, the employer sustains a loss that it results in them not being able to hire you anymore. Downsizing. So you get cut out. You get fired. Do I share my age? Yes, I'm perpetually 13. I don't like to share my age, but Kurumi likes to do that all the time. Got a few Steam demos for me to try tomorrow? Wonderful. You stupid AI, I said no character, background only. Fudge. Flippin' AI, I tell ya. Well, that's, my employers are from the US, usually. So yes, I have been the recipient of that. Pensive Scarlet. They hire people from here because it's cheaper. And we are also, competent at English. And writing. So they hire people from here. So if, yep, I get it. He's sad. But that is the reality. Fortunately, actually, even if I don't work for forever, I actually have enough savings. Probably to just, to just laze around forever. Mostly from inheritance. But I don't want to do that. Like, I want to be able to live the life I want, buy the stuff I want, which is what my job allows me to do. We are getting exploited, yes, because, we do the same work as what an employee from the US would do, but we get paid a lot less. I don't care about society. I don't care about affecting big changes in society. Nope. I am very pragmatic. My art? What about my art? Touching individual hearts and minds, I've already done that. Have you seen some of my visual novels? Nobody ever pays attention to those. Nobody even knows I'm a writer. You've been curious about them. Cool. Give them a try. Tell me what you think. In this community, I have all of maybe one person who sincerely reads and loves my work. outside of this community, there are maybe a handful of people who tell me that they really love the stuff I write. Other than that, I don't know. Like, people just won't give me the time of the day. People won't ever even try my works. Hey now! That's cute and sexy. Should I turn her into me, or should I just leave it as is? It's also seen as a lot, depending on which circles you frequent. Like, if you got a break, if you got your break, then you get paid a good amount. Like, even if you got like a mini break, like if you're recognized as a professional, then you tend to get a lot more jobs. Exactly, recognition. Not everyone gets it. Those who do are quite lucky. Now all they have to do is think about consistently getting a stream of income from different writing jobs. Hey, Aris. Yeah, I was just talking about how I might lose my job this Monday or Tuesday, so I may need to open up temporarily until I can find a new one. I may need to open up memberships here to, get some extra income. Get a flow of income from somewhere, even just a little bit. Should I turn her into me? Should I turn her into me, or is she good enough as is? Hey, what do you think? I think she's quite cute enough by herself as is. She does not need to be Elle. She can be just Nagi. Hey. Exactly, Cerulean, exactly. I did not like the direction they wanted everyone to take. She looks cute, maybe even a little funny. Yes. Pensive Scarlet understands. Well, there we go. Should have updated. Let's check. It did not update? What? Huh? Oh! Never mind. I overwrote the wrong one. Yes, cute and funny. Needs to be bigger. Over here. There we go. Much better. Yes. Who is the one with red eyes? Huh? How to find some of my VNs? You wanna know? Okay. Here. Let me give you a list. Let's just go for Radical Dreamers 2002. Who is Radical Dreamers 2002? Why, that is me. They think my primary language is Tagalog. That's a bunch of BS. Bakatachi. There. I said I'd give you a list. Here is the list. And here's the funny part. Here is the flippin' funny part. They say I'm a Tagalog individual, right? They say I'm a Tagalog individual. But apparently this guy here is an English individual. Primary language English. For your information, guys, Tagalog is not my primary language. English is more of a primary language to me than Tagalog. I had to learn that in school. I had to learn Tagalog in school. Because my main language which we speak here in my part of the Philippines is not Tagalog. Amusing. Hey, Renee. Nagi is my muse, after all. Always. Jaded perspectives, it works. Here. It's just I don't own the domain anymore. I lost it to somebody else. I'll give you the funnily enough, I just finished sharing it on Discord. So now I'm just using Blogspot. Oh, I know. Let me share a story with you. Yes, I'm going to read you guys a story, okay? But first we must change this. It's storytelling time with Elle. But first we must change this music to be more fitting. That is correct, Johnny Alex. My primary language is Hiligaynon, not Tagalog. But I also learned English as a child. Basically alongside Hiligaynon. Chapter 1. me just make some visuals real quickly. Using AI once again. I should be able to read through this in like 20 minutes or so. Let me get some water first. That will do fine. Welcome back. I just finished generating some stuff. So I can start the storytelling thing. There we go. Yes, AI generation. Let us begin. Rivers of Blood, Chapter 1. Jade. Soft, normally inaudible footsteps rang out as loud as church bells on a Sunday within the hollow wooden passageways that led to the Baker and Company security and consultancy firm. There were empty rooms on each side of the narrow passage, with dilapidated... Wait. It's too loud. There we go. With dilapidated doors worn down by termites and glassless windows, covered with cobwebs. The doorknobs had been hastily stripped bare by scavengers looking to cash in any piece of scrap metal they could get their hands on long ago. On the ceiling, a lone light bulb hung stubbornly from a flimsy electric wire, emitting faint, yellowish, incandescent light that offered little in terms of illumination. The floors, whose boards had outlived their usefulness long ago, sighed and creaked in shallow protest. With each dainty step that Cindy Garcia took. She was a petite young thing, with a small face and heavily angular eyebrows that accentuated her smart, round eyes that burned with a distinctly fiery red haze. She wore a tight-fitting one-piece purple dress, cut very high up to her thighs, with black leather gloves, matching leggings, and platform shoes. If not for the innocence of her face and her small stature, the outfit would have been downright lewd. Yet Cindy carried this highly unusual getup with the flair and confidence of a fashion model. Sheena, I think we have a guest coming up. Eric Williams dutifully informed his superior. Of course, there was no urgency in his tone. Eric had been working as an understudy, partner, rookie, and all-around lackey for Sheena Baker's agency over the last few months, and this kind of event had become a normalcy for him. The empty halls that preceded their modest 4-square-meter office created such loud echoes that they didn't even need a CCTV camera, nor any kind of early warning system to know that a prospective client was approaching. There was only one way in and out of the office, and it would have to come through the front door, and always by walking through the dimly lit passageway lined with abandoned, dilapidated offices. The agency itself was fairly well known throughout the city as providing competent, well-trained personnel. It was from the best security firm in the business. It was far from the best security firm in the business, but it was reputable enough to have several retainer clients, mostly from lending institutions and small business owners that operated in the area. Of course, this was not the reason that Mr. Williams was working for this particular agency, directly under the sole proprietor, Sheena Baker, right now. The truth is that the Baker agency also doubled as a detective agency, but more importantly, Sheena Baker was a living, breathing, unsung hero, a real live ace detective, although very few people even knew her name. No shit, Sherlock. Go on and open the door before she gets here. He's a girl, a very slow-moving one. Oh, and don't open the door too quickly. To my Spooker, he's a shy one. Sheena Baker casually ordered her subordinate, without so much as batting an eye at him, as she continued to pound away at some piece of paperwork on her personal computer. A clone Pentium MMX from the late 90s. The kind that took 30 seconds to 5 minutes to open a single program. Eric had asked her once about the computer. Certainly the agency earned enough money from just retainer fees, but Sheena herself could earn anywhere from $30,000 to $100,000 from closing a single case from one of her private clients. Therefore, it's not like she couldn't afford a more modern PC. You don't get it, kid. This thing has charm. It's the only way to play old-school PC games while preserving the authentic experience, was her response. Of course, she also insisted on doing all her work on the same ancient PC, which sometimes led to complications, since modern browsers weren't exactly built to run on 32 megabytes of RAM. Not when even mid-range smartphones have at least 4 gigabytes of RAM on minimum. Eric glanced sideways at his employer. She was older than him, at 32 years of age, at 5'3", and with long, curly, disheveled hair. She wasn't exactly striking, nor even intimidating at a glance. She wore heavy, dark-rimmed glasses, which Eric was more or less certain were just for show, since he had tried them on when she left them on her desk, and the glass was as clear as day, no grating whatsoever. Actually, he was certain she'd bought it at the dollar store just across the street, and they were actually glare-reducing computer glasses. Eric's gaze traveled down to her lips, which quickly curved into a sly smile. What's wrong? Are you going to confess your love for me or something? Sorry, you're not my type, kid. Where the heck did you get that from? I didn't even say a word. Never mind, I'll get the door. Eric fast before turning the knob. He couldn't help thinking about how eccentric his employer turned out to be. Still, he did not regret being in this current situation. The door to the baker's security office could only open outwards, and through a doorknob from the inside. There was no knob at the other side of the door, only a metal tin that had been hastily nailed on. One might think that this is a clever, low-tech security hack, but it was actually just Sheena Baker being too lazy and cheap to replace the outer doorknob after it fell off some years ago. Fortunately, the doorknob itself was as old school as Sheena's taste in computers, and could easily be opened by sliding a credit card or some similarly shaped object into its tongue. It's actually a trick that every kid in 3rd grade and higher once knew back during the glory days of the super spy genre. Welcome! Please come in. It's a bit untidy right now, but you'd probably feel more comfortable inside. Eric confirmed, a small click coming from the direction of Sheena Baker, and nodded in affirmation. A very small, very young-looking girl, barely even 4'11", timidly stepped into the room. Eric ushered her inside and led her to a small sofa that Sheena had reserved for prospective clients. She bowed and quietly took her seat. Baker Detective Agency at your service. So, what can we do for you, miss? Eric decided to skip the formalities. Although officially the Baker Agency was a security firm, it was an unwritten rule that anyone who would walk through the doors of this particular office was coming in while fully aware of the agency's hidden services, investigating unresolved crimes when the police and other government agencies cannot help, or if it is impossible for the client to seek help from these entities for some odd reason. The Baker Agency had a policy of never prying into the private affairs of a client, nor the reasons why they would seek out the help of a clandestine private eye operating under the eyes of the law. Of course, it is also an implicit agreement between the agency and the prospective client that their case may be refused without question and without appeal. Tell us only as much as you're comfortable with. We are here to listen. If your case is deemed worthy of an investigation, then we will inform you and appraise you of the fees that you will be charged. We only charge a one-time fee and payable only after we have resolved the case. The services we offer are considered outside of the commerce of men. Therefore, there are no contracts to be signed here. Once we resolve the case for you, and we will resolve the case for you, you are on your honor, whether you pay us or not. Smart, fiery red eyes blinked nervously as Eric delivered the standard operating procedure speech. She nodded in affirmation. I understand. Her voice was thin and very high-pitched, like me. Combined with her overall appearance, one could easily mistake her for a child, or at the most a pre-teen, if it were not for the engagement ring on her left ring finger. My name is Cindy Garcia. About 3 days ago, my fiancé was killed while shopping for groceries. It wasn't even classified as a murder. They shot him in cold blood. The police did. They claim that... Wait! Is that the one that was on Channel 6? It's all over the news. Whoa! So you're his fiancé. The media never even mentioned that he had one. Sheena interrupted without leaving her precious MMX computer. Yes, that was him. Bill Taylor. He was a seaman. A second mate. He just finished his second voyage recently, and we were supposed to get married this November, just after he had cleared up some family issues he was having. Some sort of land dispute with his siblings. I'm not sure. I don't really follow that stuff. But the police shot him apparently because he was smuggling cocaine. They also claim that he fought back. Eric tried to be as neutral and nonchalant about it as possible, But the truth is that he felt uncomfortable confronting the girl before him with his statement. That's a lie! My Billy wasn't like that at all. He had zero connections with any drug dealers as far as I know. And he's my fiancé. I should know. Besides, like I said, he's a second mate. Do you realize how much he makes in a month? Why would he even need to smuggle drugs? Also, he never carries a weapon in public. Never, ever. The police planted the evidence and killed him in cold blood. To add to their monthly quota of criminals killed, I know you guys were former police officers. You should know how corrupt the system is. Now calm down, Miss Garcia. I assure you, we're on your side here. Sheena? Actually, you may escort Miss Garcia out right now, Eric. What? Cindy Garcia shrieked so loudly that her voice reached the same pitch as the incessantly creaking fans inside of Sheena Baker's MMX computer. Sheena got up from her desk and approached the smaller woman, stopping within 2 steps in front of her. She calmly adjusted her glasses and then lazily placed one hand in her pants pocket. I'm sorry, Miss Garcia, but I'm saying that we have to refuse your case. As far as I know, there is nothing more to be resolved here. Our agency specializes in unresolved cases that the police cannot handle. I'm afraid that Bill Taylor's case is not one of these. What do you mean? Sheena readjusted her glasses and then looked Cindy straight in the eye. I'll only ask you this once. Do you really want to know the truth? What kind of cockamamie question is that? Of course I do. Why do you think I'd be here in the first place? I see. Sheena smiled with a look of pity on her face. She placed her hands on Cindy's shoulders and gently pushed her down onto the sofa. It was a very gentle, almost motherly gesture, and Cindy made no move to protest. In her heart, she was dreading the words which she was about to hear. She did not know what they would be, but she knew that this woman before her was formidable. That rather than the young man who had initially entertained her, she was talking to the real detective now. First of all, Bill Taylor is a known drug smuggler. He's not a big-time drug lord, mind you, but he is on the Drug Enforcement Agency's list of known smugglers. They have been closely monitoring him over the past few weeks. I had a friend send me this email earlier. He's an insider. Don't ask anything more. I can't tell you. Sheena handed Cindy a small letter. This is known as the Drug Matrix. It lists all the known suppliers, dealers, and smugglers in this area. The police either try to collect enough evidence in order to arrest them, or they end up like her fiancé. With great disbelief, Cindy perused the piece of paper that Sheena had given her. Sure enough, Bill Taylor, also known as the Plunderer, was listed. Of course, this alone could be mere hearsay. After all, you have no reason to trust me on this matter. Which brings us to the next portion. Motive. Here. Sheena took out a small newspaper, clipping from her shirt pocket, and showed it to Cindy. It read, City's last remaining VHS rental store, finally closed. Owners file for bankruptcy. This was an article from 6 months ago. Actually, I happened to save it because I was a regular at that store. Anyway, you're probably aware that it belonged to your fiancé's family. But what you are not aware of is that it closed down several months ago, and his family has been struggling to make ends meet since then. You know how it is. This city basically operates on a survival of the fittest principle. No room for old, obsolete things here. Eric thought this remark from Sheena to be quite ironic, considering her penchant for old pieces of technology. You said you weren't interested in your fiancé's family business. Well, this This was basically the family business. It was a huge chain of rental stores back in the day, but they were just too traditional and refused to stock newer media like Blu-rays or DVDs. Nowadays, even VHS players are becoming rare, so it's no small wonder that the business went bankrupt. I just can't believe it. I mean, sure, he has a motive, but where's the evidence? They said he was smuggling cocaine, but they never produced any evidence of that. They killed him based on mere suspicion. Isn't that worth investigating? Eric, do you have a knife? Sure, here. A switchblade. Nice and illegal. Quite dangerous too. But I digress. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, Sheena sprung the blade and in one shift motion took a giant slash at Cindy's left wrist. Or at least it seemed that way, at a glance. Immediately, small clouds of whitish crystalline dust burst from her glove. Well, I kinda thought those gloves looked a little bit heavy when you came in. I wonder what he told you when he gave you these. That these were some kind of unique fashion trend overseas, maybe? Yes. Unfortunately, it's cocaine. But why? I mean, why would he do something like this? Of all things, smuggling illegal drugs? Oh, Bill, why? Just why? Eric could think of several reasons why. Because he needed the money. With your marriage coming up and the family business going down, his salary as a second mate just wasn't enough. Because as a sailor, Bill was in the perfect position to become a smuggler and make a lot of money very quickly. But of course, Eric kept these thoughts to himself. Sheena scratched the back of her head. If it's any consolation to you, you should know that your fiancé didn't fight back. That gun that they found on the crime scene, it was definitely planted. It's an old revolver that belonged to me. The police confiscated it when the new gun laws were enforced over a year ago, preventing anyone from having illegally modified and homemade guns. Cindy Garcia timidly got up. Her head hung low, with her bangs casting a grim shadow over her eyes. She took off her gloves and cast them aside on the sofa. Don't worry, we'll dispose of these for you. Thank you. And with that, she turns towards the door and walked away, her small back slowly but surely fading into the darkness. Hey, rookie, would you stop that? Stop what exactly? Stalking Cindy Garcia. We don't do that at our agency. How did you, what are you talking about? You really want to play that game with me, Eric? Look, Sheena, I just feel sorry for her. She had no hand in all of this, and yet she's the one who has to suffer the most now. Sheena furrowed her eyebrows. Ugh, kids. Look, if you have a crush on her, you should just say so. I can't have my apprentice moping around like this. I'll tell you what, let's pay her a visitor. Let's pay a visitor after business hours. I do not have a crush on her. Sure, of course you don't. What's her address? 5 Rosemary Street. Good job, stalker. 5 Rosemary Street was located in the upper crust corner of town. Eric had suspected it before, but based on her appearance and clothing, Cindy Garcia was definitely an affluent lady. Although it was bad professional protocol to be visiting a client's home uninvited, Sheena decided to humor her subordinate. Cindy Garcia's residence was a sprawling 2-story house with walls made from imported Mactan bricks and tiled roofing. The windows were barred with ornate metal grills painted in black. It was quite an elegant house, with a dainty yet prosperous appearance that fit the owner quite perfectly. Wow, this is really something, isn't it, Sheena? Sheena? Oh, were you talking to me? Sorry, just checking out. something by the window. Anyway, I'm pressing the doorbell, okay? Ding dong. No answer. Ding dong. Huh. Still nothing. I guess she's out. Eric, try knocking and do it hard. Knock, knock. Still nothing, huh? Then, hello, Cindy? Cindy Garcia. We've come to visit. Whoa. Don't shout all of a sudden like that. The neighbors will think we're robbers or something. Forget about that, Eric. Break down the door, and I mean now. What? Are you crazy? That could get us arrested. Sheena glared at her subordinate. Her jade green eyes, normally calm and almost cynical, looked sharp enough to pierce diamonds at that moment. You're serious, aren't you? Okay then. Eric was not a very large man by anyone's standards, at a mere 5'7", but he was athletic and solidly built. With 2 to 3 body tackles, the hardwood door that led into Cindy Garcia's house finally gave way. The two rushed inside, and they did not have to look very far. What they saw next made their stomachs turn. Cindy Garcia was lying prone and unconscious on the kitchen floor, still wearing the same clothes that she had worn just a few hours ago. A pool of blood and some kind of organic liquid had formed around her mouth. Cindy! Eric was prepared to rush to her side. Eric, don't be hasty. Follow the procedure. Right. Trying his best to regain his composure, Eric went over the steps in his head over and over again as he approached the victim. First, he did a visual check to ensure that no sharp objects or other dangerous weapons were nearby. Next, he scanned his surroundings to ensure that it was safe to approach the victim. Both conditions were met. So he approached Cindy Garcia's body and placed his hand on her back gently. Hey, are you alright? No response. He placed the back of his hand next to her nose. No warm sensation. She wasn't breathing. Finally, he checked for a pulse. Nothing. Furthermore, the body was cold. Cindy Garcia was dead. D-E-D! Dead! No, that's not part of the script. Need some water. The rookie detective did not need to look far for the cause of death. Clutched in the victim's left hand was a pack of rat poison, explaining the pool of blood around her mouth. Rat poison caused internal hemorrhage. She's dead. Oh God, Sheena, she's dead! She committed suicide because we were too harsh on her. We killed her! Sheena, we killed an innocent person. We drove her to her death. Say something! What good will clicking your tongue do? She's dead! Cindy is dead! We were just talking to her a few hours ago and now she's dead! Would you shut up, rookie? I'm trying to think here. You cold-hearted woman! What else is there to think of? This is reality. The answer is right before your eyes. Case closed. We were too harsh on this young lady earlier, and now she's taken her life because she has nothing left to live for. This is reality, huh? Sheena cracked a smile. What kind of inhuman being are you? How could you smile at this situation? No, sorry. I'm not smiling because Cindy is dead. Rather, you just helped solve this case for me. Like I said, what case? Eric was clearly exasperated at this point. Calm down, rookie. Your first mistake was assuming that this is a suicide based on that one piece of evidence you found. First of all, the rat poison is one thing. But what's that liquid forming around her mouth as well? It doesn't look like saliva, and it's definitely not urine or semen. What does it matter? It doesn't change the fact that it's suicide. Like I said, it's not a fact. These are what I found outside earlier. Sheena produced several items that she'd wrapped in some tissue paper. There were 4 screws, all the same size and shape, and 1 piece of plastic that looked like a used syringe. Eric's eyes lit up with a sudden realization. Do you see what I'm getting at now? Do you mean... Sheena adjusted her dark-rimmed glasses before speaking. That's right, Rookie. We're not looking at a suicide here. We've got a murder on our hands. My theory is that the perpetrator gained entry through the grilled windows by removing the grills. And of course the syringe is a murder weapon. I'll bet whatever that liquid is that's mixed with their blood is a real culprit and not the rat poison. Sheena took out a cell phone, a Nokia 3310. That surprisingly still works to this day. Hello, it's me. Yeah. I think I have something here that your boys will want to have a look at. Yes, it is that type of thing. Oh, address? You know what? We fooled around with the evidence quite a bit, so I don't want to have to hear a lecture from you, or the chief. Tell you what, I'll throw away the SIM card and leave it right here. You can trace my last location via GPS. Thanks. After some searching, the pair found an empty medicine bottle and an eyedropper inside of the bathroom medicine cabinet, and used these items to procure some of the organic liquid from the crime scene. Cindy, I'm sorry. But don't worry. We'll find your killer for sure. Saying goodbye to your girlfriend, Eric. How can you even joke at a time like this? Sheena laughed hysterically, and then she grabbed Eric by the cuff of his shirt and pulled him closer. Despite her brash demeanor and whimsical behavior, Eric could not help but notice for the first time that beneath her shabby tomboy clothing, Sheena Baker was definitely a very attractive woman. He blushed a bit as he thought of this and was forced to avert his gaze. Because life is too short for anyone to take anything so seriously. I faced death head-on so many times. I've seen so many people who are important to me, lose their lives because they made one tiny mistake. Life is ironic and comedic that way. And at any given moment, at the blink of an eye, at the snap of a finger, it's over. Just like that. So I think it's better to laugh as hard as you can. Cry all the tears in the world if you're sad. And just have fun with whatever life throws at you. That was actually very profound. Would it sound less profound if I told you that I paraphrased that line from a book? Eric hesitated for a moment before smiling. No, I think that is wonderful. Sheena adjusted her glasses. You flatterer. Come on, let's get out of here before the police arrives. I'll meet you tomorrow. We've got a lot of work to do. For now, I'm going to pull a few strings and have some old friends examine this liquid. There's something not quite right about it. Okay, see you tomorrow, Sheena. Later, Rookie. That night, as Eric turned on the TV inside of his one-room apartment, a bitter revelation awaited. And now for the news. This just in. A businesswoman and former female police officer were gunned to death by a motorcycle-riding duo a mere 30 minutes from now. Reporting live from the scene of the crime is... No. It can't be. Sheena? Sheena! Sheena! To be continued in Chapter 2. Well, I won't read Chapter 2. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I've been working on this novel on and off for like 4 to 5 years or so. It's a whodunit. It's a film noir genre. Right now I've written like 4 chapters. Plan to make it like a full novel length. Around 60k. Full novelette. But you know, I need motivation and inspiration for that. And right now I'd rather just play games. Let's play games. That was nice, thank you. Alright, what we play? Feel like playing a retro game. But what kind? I have no idea. Let's just, I don't know, open up a random game. Let's see, Game Boy. Yes, Game Boy. Retros are fun. So yeah, the main twist of chapter 1 is that Sheena dies immediately as soon as she's introduced and made out to be the main character. He's Red Eyes Girl Vampire Nagi. Well, you know, I am influenced a lot by Nagi, but yes, the appearance I was thinking of more mature Nagi. So basically, Nobita. What is Ninja Taro? Oh no, it's an RPG. No, it's a Zelda thing. No. Anyways. The Lost World, Jurassic Park. Oh no, THQ. Not the THQ. Eh? Interesting. Input lag. How wonderful. What are you supposed to do? Punch dinosaurs. Wow. Actually, game says yes. That's exactly what you should do. Okay. What the fudge is this? Huh? Yeah! Jurassic Park. That is true. Also has the same input lag as Prince of Persia. But you know what? The raptors here, if they are raptors, are actually more accurately sized than actual Jurassic Park. What? What is that? Bonk. Bonk. Yeah, nandogo tokokin. My kick is the strongest kick in the 1,000-year history of Nando Seiken. Whatever. Or whatever. Nah, this game sucks. The fudge, why did he start running? There. Oh, we got a gun. Okay. Oh, I get it. So maybe if I do a running jump from here. Nope. I'm stuck. That's not this. Sucks. I'm like. Da 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 da. Fish dude. Fish dude. So fudge. Fish dude. Fish dude. Literally a fish. Right. What is this? He's hungry shark. No, it's not. What do I do here? How am I just supposed to avoid them? That is enough of that. I think Kurumi has mentioned this one before. Or rather, maybe I played it before. No, it's some kind of weird chess. Hey. Oh, actually, I played this in real life. Like, a classmate had this cartridge. Sucks. It's partially a fighting game. Hitbox is so weird. Whatever. Let's get him. Is that supposed to be so good? Meh. Let's go. Hadouken. Got Vanguard Princess to work. Wonderful. I think it's called Fighting Masters. Later, Iris. is the most overpowered Tatsumaki ever. The fudge is that? Got him. Got him! Nani! Yeah, whatever. Why do I start here again? Oh, come on. Sad. Mr. Rick is sad now. Bionic Battler. I hope it's not a 3D game. It better not be a 3D game. No, that was a paintball or something. Baseball. Whatever. It is! The fudge. No. This cannot be. Earthworm Jim was on Game Boy. How does that look? Looks like the Game Gear version. Even controls like the Game Gear version. Alright. Launch the cow. Cow will return much later. you soon. There's a secret area here. There we go. Because frankly, without save states around stage 4, it's flippin' impossible. Even the guys who did this long play on World of Long Plays had to use save states. But not the Game Boy version. The Game Gear, I mean. I got one super shot. See that? Flippin' doggo. Yep. You can damage raise him. Flippin' boss. Hey, Katsu. It's a port. Although some of the levels are different. Speed up. Ah! Okay. I'ma win this. I'ma win this. We win it now. Do I like this more or less than the home console version? I like this more, but the underwater capsule stages are just impossible. I had the Game Gear version. Look at how much damage a single enemy does. Dracula. Round 2. Yeah! The gun is useless, by the way. Whip is a lot more powerful. Yeah. finally. That only took forever to kill. Later, Katsu. Will you die already? Oh wow. Flippin' bullets. Well, damage sponge. Oh, great. Ah! Flippin' BS European platformer. Nonsense. done with that? I hit you. Up. That speed up was a trap. Yeah. Down the tubes. Yes. Okay, stage 3. This is where it becomes flippin' impossible. I even forgot how you're supposed to do this. Yeah, I got it now. You hang from there. Eek! There's a small cat here. That's even stronger, I think. He's stronger than those big, muscular cats. There it is. Flip it. It's kind of funny though. I'll let him punch me out. Watch. There we go. Go, kitty. Go, Mr. Hamster Man. Eh? Am I supposed to jump? Guess I'm supposed to jump over him. I'm supposed to attack. And this is where the game is just flippin' impossible. It's like balloon fight controls. But you gotta know where to go. Otherwise, you just explode and die. Instant death. Well, that's about enough of this BS. Okay. So, got new schedule. Very nice looking schedule. Indeed. Okay. So, my schedule for next week will be the same. Same as last week, but now it looks different. It looks cuter. Okay, thank you everyone for watching. This has been Elle-C and I'm out. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.